Smoke.
Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis. Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis. Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. I put that on my partner, I put that on my family. Oakland City represent, address me as your majesty. Yeah, you can kiss a ring, but you can never touch the crown. I smoke a million Swisher blunts and I ain't never coming down. Bitch, you ain't no Barbie, I see you work at Arby's. Never too super silent, hurry up, I'm starving. Gnarly, radical, on the block I'm magical. See me at your college campus, baggy full of Adderalls. Call me if you need a fix, call me if you need a boost. See them other chicken heads, they don't ever leave the coop. I'm in the coop cruising, I got the stolen plates, serving all the fiends over there by the Golden Gate. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis. Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis. Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. Gucci, Gucci, Louis, Louis, Fendi, Fendi, Prada. Them basic bitches wear that shit, so I don't even bother. I put that on my partner, I put that on my family. Oakland City represent, address me as your majesty. Yeah, you can kiss a ring, but you can never touch the crown. I smoke a million Swisher blunts and I ain't never coming down.
Smoke. Smoke.
Do you agree that there's no such thing as racism, sexism, homophobism, Islamophobism, deadbeat dadism, white supremacism, and all the other isms? Destiny, that's a woman's name. You were raised by your daddy and mama. That makes you half man and half woman. You are a beta. You're not a real man, beta. I just have one question for ya, beta. There's just one thing I want to know. Destiny, do you love all people? Do you really love the blacks? Destiny, do you love black people? Why can't you just answer the question? Destiny, do you love all people?
Systems, the company store, the paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking the skin, and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot belly goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
Hey guys, hope you're doing well. Just watching my algorithms get crushed. I guess I did something to piss off the Instagram gods, so hopefully you're seeing this stuff anyway. We'll do what we can.
This is my message to the Instagram gods, crushing Don Jr.'s algorithm. Yeah, you've been caught. You think this actual 10-second clip of him attempting to face the camera toward him is worth only 250,000 views? How dare you? How dare you? I keep pictures of Don Jr. above my bed, and now every night I fall asleep with him in my head. I dream he takes me to the skate park and teaches me how to ride. I dream he let me do the monkey bars while holding on to my side. I dream that fell off my skateboard and he gave me a bandage. I dreamed I was hungry and he made me a sandwich. I dreamed we stayed up all night learning TikTok dances with Ron DeSantis. I dreamed we hunted Hunter Biden and shoved him in a locker. Asked him how it felt to just be known for his famous father. Isn't it pathetic? Oh, isn't it a shame to have no remnant of identity outside your father's name? When you look down at your hands, uncalloused and cold, can't you see all that you hold has been handed to you? And does that make you feel small, Hunter? Do you ever look back at your life and sob? 38 years in your younger sister's shadow, crying, Daddy, please love me. Daddy, please see me. Dad, won't you love me? Dad, can't you see me? Daddy, please love me. Daddy, please see me. Dad, won't you love me? Dad, can't you see me? We pulled him out of the locker and we gave him a swirly. My alarm went off and then I voted early, so should you.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah, you effin' with some wet ass P word. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass P word. Give me everything you've got for this wet ass P word. Beat it up, N-word, catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this P word right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top if I wanna ride. I do a kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This P word is wet, come take a dive. It continues along these lines. and it gets significantly more vulgar. Like, a lot more vulgar.
Hey, Pokey, wanna come out here? I'm built differently, I'm built differently, I'm built differently, I'm built differently. You don't wanna smoke, so ask for the chicken. I just made a big bag, I just brought a Bentley. Always on your mind, bitch, I be living rent free. The girl wanna fuck, even though she just met me. I'm built differently, I'm built differently, I'm built differently, I'm built differently. Wake up in the morning and I had to take a big pee. Only thing I know how to cook is spaghetti. Met that bitch once and she never forget me. I'm built differently, I'm built differently, I'm built differently, I'm built differently, I'm built differently. Hey, you took my dick. I barely knew her. I go with fast on my scooter. Skirt don't have a gun, yeah, but I shoot her with my dick. I'm a coomer, wow. Where the fuck is Mario? Judah, I've been looking all night. I've been searching on computer. I'm built differently. Yeah, I'm built differently. 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 I'm built differently.
I don't even know anymore. Why am I here? What? Yo!
Goodbye, everyone. I have to go now. I must have to go now. I have to go. I have to leave this song, yeah. Okay, goodbye now. I'm built differently. 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 I'm built differently.
Let me just crank my volume. How you doing? How you doing this morning, everybody? Welcome to the Be Weird broadcast. Hope you got yourself some caffeine, or some tobacco, or some weed, or whatever the hell you need to get your day started proper straight. I'm Be Weird. Hope you're feeling good. We're gonna be checking out the news. It's pretty crazy. Things are happening. Walking across my yard. Nice. Good morning. How you doing? I'm loving this song as like my intro. It's got so much energy. It's great. I love it. Bit of a slow start, but wanted to get my news in order. We're heading to Handmaid's Tale, everybody. Just a reminder that that the Canadian writer Margaret Atwood wrote The Handmaid's Tale after living in America and being like, yeah, this isn't looking too good, everybody. I wonder what's gonna happen if we keep down this track. And sure enough, we're there. Stuff is still popping off in Ukraine, of course. It's gonna be a good stream. I'm finally done school. Got like 2 weeks before school starts again. Yes. Gonna try to go to some shows. I'm gonna go see Rage Against the Machine, everybody, in a couple months, and run the Jewels. It's gonna be good. I'm looking forward to things changing, happening, opening up, but I don't know, man. We're gonna have to wait and see. Oh, also saw Paradigm Shift had a crazy good stream. Seemed pretty stellar. You know, there's no such thing as geniuses anymore. There are only scenius. You have to be part of a scenius, a scene that's full of geniuses. You know, a bunch of people who together make a lot more than they are on their own. You know, I think Twitch is where it's at. Oh, also I got clapped hard by YouTube, everybody. Oh no. Yeah. So that's good for him. I'm proud of him. He be grinding hard. I got clapped hard by YouTube. I was watching a video of Shoe on Head, and I'm pretty sure she used the C word, and I think they considered that like violence towards a group of people. I'm thinking. And like in my appeal, I didn't address that at all, and I only realized like after I sent it in, like maybe that was the thing. Like, what was this about? So yeah, I got my first official warning. Happens again, and I'm gone for a week, everybody. So I gotta be careful. Can you believe it? Here I thought I was being all so wholesome, getting clapped left, right, and center. Just like the world's in such a bad way. Just even covering it is pretty intense. Okay, let's put on some good tunes. Yeah. Gotta have the bouncy, happy music as we descend into the hellfire that is America. Okay, everybody. First things first. Switching on over. Oh, I turned off my mic. Hey everybody, how's it going? Oh, classic streamer mistake. Classic streamer mistake. We got some good music going, some nice upbeat tunes to look into the absolute hellfire, the eternal darkness that is America. So let's get into it, everybody. Classic mistakes, but not like the mistake of passing a law forcing women to have the baby of her sexual assaulter. No, a near total ban on abortion with no exceptions for rape or incest, everybody. Yep. Ooh yeah, this is God's country, everybody. We are in it now. We're through the looking glass. All hands on deck. Red alarms, red flags. Air raid sirens? What are you supposed to do in this situation? What the fuck is actually happening in America? Just a reminder that The Handmaid's Tale was about America. All right, okay. This is an opinion piece, so we'll cover the facts a bit later. But yeah, in Dante's Inferno, he describes hell as having like 9 layers, like different, imagine circles, concentric circles, just going down deeper and deeper. And hell is actually like the lowest part is actually ice. Satan's frozen in ice. But not only are we in the bad place, but we are descending deeper and deeper, like Dante on his quest. And just like, okay, now on to the next circle of eternal brimstone. This is an opinion piece by Jack Holmes. This music, though. Oh god. All right. Well, it makes sense. It makes sense, everybody. In retrospect, this music will make sense. Bordigiord. Years ago, I was so into finding out what level of hell I would belong in. Oh, nice. Yeah, I wrote a whole paper on Dante's Inferno. I was so obsessed with that book. It was so good. Okay, so it's a testament to the lawlessness coursing through our body politic that the Oklahoma legislature just passed and Governor Kevin Stitt just signed what's very nearly an outright ban on abortion. There's an exception in cases where the procedure would save the life of the mother, but otherwise it's a blanket ban. If you are raped and get pregnant, Oklahoma Republicans want to force you to give birth. If you are the victim of incest, Oklahoma Republicans want you to give birth. This is state law, everybody. They have moved beyond the convoluted explanations around how, quote, the female body has ways to try to shut the whole thing. Remember that? That was fun. They've gotten down to brass tacks. They do not care what happened to you or why or what it will do to your life. Oh man, some of this is really strong language. If you were sexually assaulted, if you were M-word by an uncle, that's God's will. Quote, the baby should not be liable for the sins of the father, said the bill's author in the Oklahoma House, Jim Olson, while defending his proposal to force women to have their rapist baby. There's usually some pseudoscience involved about the viability of fetuses early on, but as Governor Stitt made clear on signing the bill, it's mostly down to the fact that they feel they can do this right now. Facts don't care about your feelings? Everybody? Is that... Oh, don't do that. So yeah, this is really, really getting bad. They feel, what's the word? Like, impervious? Like, invulnerable? Like, they can just do whatever they want now? Quote, as governor, I represent all 4 million Oklahomans, and they overwhelmingly support protecting life in the state of Oklahoma, Stitt said. We want Oklahoma to be the most pro-life state in the country. We want outlaw abortion in the state of Oklahoma. Okay, all right. It's a bigger crime to get rid of the product of assault than to assault someone. I think people were like later like comparing like how many years in prison you face with this bill compared to like actually sexually assaulting someone, and yeah, you guessed it. Attorney General Attorney General John O'Connor, and I know this bill will be challenged immediately a liberal activist from the coast who always seen want to come in and dictate and mandate and challenge our way of life here in the state of Oklahoma. Hey, how's that accent? How's that? Is that close? I'm not American. I don't know if I'm being racist towards speaker. I'm joking. Jokes. Oklahoma is not a race. One people here is that abortion is a constitutionally protected right as determined by the United States Supreme Court nearly half a century ago. The current way of life in the state of Oklahoma, as it has been for 49 years, is that people there have the right to get an abortion because Oklahoma is part of the United States, where the Constitution features a supremacy clause mandating that federal law takes precedence over state statutes. Federal law trumps. Oh yeah. Just a mixture of emotions between reading this and then like we'll see where the happy tunes take us. It's like reading a really well done comic, but it's telling you about something really awful and bad, and you're like, this is pleasant, but my insides are screaming. It may now be the conventional wisdom that the current conservative majority on the court will soon strike down Roe v. Wade, or at least deliver it a death by 1,000 cuts. But multiple branches of the state government of Oklahoma have opted to openly defy federal law here. Oh, and by the way, that claim of, quote, overwhelming support is questionable as well. Not that it matters when Stitt makes it clear that he's interested in being the most pro-life governor. Well, pro-fetus anyway. The lives of women and girls don't seem to factor in very highly. Yeah, exactly. Nice emotional whiplash. Exactly. Okay, this is the idea. If you get really good at, like, the thing that's lovely about media and entertainment is that we can feel we're in a sort of safe space while also, like, engaging with really difficult ideas and thoughts. Like, you can imagine watching a pretty upsetting movie or TV series and then leaving and thinking, wow, but I actually kind of learned something from that in the end. In the same way, we're learning and being entertained, everybody. The emotional whiplash will make us more resilient, stronger for the headwinds of tomorrow. Okay. Wait, here we go. I'm curious what that citation was. Views about abortion by state. This is a poll. Okay, and if we go to Oklahoma, we see that 51% say abortion should be legal in all or most cases, and 45% think it should be illegal. Oh boy. So they don't have a plurality. They don't even have a plurality. Wild. This is a scary chart. Look at Alabama, 37. Arkansas, 38%. America, are you doing okay? Georgia, 48. Kentucky, 36% think it should be legal. 57% think it should be illegal. Oh, this is the scariest thing I've seen in days? Wait, let's say days. Me who literally has a we won't go back. Oh my fucking god, for real? For real though? Oh man, I'm so sorry, Love Tart Youth. I'm really upset about this. It's like obviously from a different perspective, but yeah. I mean, I have a sister. I have a mother. Doesn't take hard to empathize. But while Oklahoma's law is unfathomably cruel, it is less lawless in a way than a lot of what we're seeing these days. The Texas abortion law, which also makes no exception for rape or incest, empowers legal eagle bounty hunters to enforce a 6-week abortion ban for personal profit, acknowledging in the process that the state does not have the power to enforce the statute under the U.S. Constitution. Okay. America tries to eliminate women's reproductive rights, and I'm like, fuck no, I have rights. Well, listen, like, what happened with the Civil War? Like, Lincoln, they win. Lincoln ends up getting assassinated. Robert Johnson ascends to power and dismantles Reconstruction. Women get abortion rights in America, reproductive rights in America, and almost immediately the cogs begin turning to rip those rights away. Like absolutely, what is it like? Power concedes nothing without a demand. It's oh god, this is like the best tune too. Just slaps so hard. Do. Okay, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm seeing it in Canada, but I mean the Conservatives are in shambles. I don't know who even represents this view. The only thing I've seen is yeah, exactly that, like a ripple, a cultural ripple. The Conservatives are having a harder and harder time of like tamping down on like the cultural regressives within their party. But I don't think it's ever going to be a serious debate here. I think we're still like a pretty safe haven. There's a lot of American friends. Okay, so the idea is that while the government, which is charged with enforcing laws, cannot enforce this unconstitutional law, they can just round up a de facto posse to do it. It's a wild west of paperwork. Except, just like in those vigilante days, many lives will be ruined amid the lawlessness. And state-level Republicans are confident at least one of these routes will take them to the promised land, so much as their fellow travelers control the judicial system, which they do. And they can be confident they won't pay much of a political price because the Democratic Party is peerless in its fecklessness. Where are the ads headlined, quote, Republicans will force you to have your rapist baby? Like, they have the benefit of being true. And this will not stop with Oklahoma. It never stops on any issue. Yeah, you like it, Stool Chief? It's meant to keep things in a good, fun, positive. Aw, that's adorable. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, this is, yeah, I saw it. It's lovely. Yeah, I just, there's actually a scene in, what the fuck, Yellow Jackets, if you haven't seen it. Yellow Jackets that goes down that route of like facing not a forced, but let's say an ad hoc abortion, and it's just as intense. So Oklahoma is essentially being accused of lawlessness at this point. I vividly remember, this is the author again, I vividly remember a conversation with a couple of socially liberal, fiscally conservative women, lol, back in college, who dismissed the idea that the Republicans they usually voted for would ever actually ban abortion. None of us even considered the possibility of forcing victims of incest to give birth. It's not just morally heinous, it sounds like political suicide. But we only have two political parties, and one of them has done a terrible job pointing out so that the public properly understands that the other one is completely nuts. They've done an even worse job of contesting state and local elections, so the old white dudes passing these laws may well sit in gerrymandered districts they drew themselves, and where the only crime they can commit is to be insufficiently right-wing. That's democracy, baby! Yeah, this is a pretty good, pretty well-written piece. I'm just, this is full-on mask off. Like, we've gotten there. We've arrived there. The baby should not be liable for the sins of the father. Ah! Oh god, no. Oh god, no. And there's like, of course, copy pasta, like, circulating, especially on Reddit, of, like, the laundry list of Republicans who have been convicted of sex crimes. Like, it's a really dark, bad, like, aspect of, like, the GOP. I mean, just look at Matt Gaetz or Jim Jordan. These are just, like, kind of ridiculously open secrets at this point. And, like, nothing really happens. There is an attorney general who was just impeached in South Dakota. This is a crazy story if you have not heard about this guy. Mitch Smith from the New York Times. Yeah, the other party's absolutely What is it, like, hire a clown and you get a circus? That was what people said during the Trump years. And the circus stayed. It didn't go away. They just set up more tents. And yeah, they're starting to do the QAnon stuff, like Ginny Thomas. QAnon's right up in the Supreme Court. QAnon's up in Trump. That's also the holy shit, yeah, QAnon has infected every branch of the GOP. You think Trump, that's executive, Mark Meadows, that's legislative, and Ginny Thomas and Clarence Thomas, arguably, it's judiciary, plus like all the weird like Trump judges that were elected to the federal bench. The only one who's like not tainted is like Mitch McConnell. But guys, we're in a bad situation. This is cult stuff. And if you haven't heard, the South Dakota Attorney General finally gets impeached over a fatal car crash. This is one of the weirdest stories I've heard in quite a while. Attorney General Jason Ravensburg will face a trial in the state Senate to determine whether he is removed from office. Excuse me. The South Dakota House of Representatives voted on Tuesday to impeach the state's Attorney General, Jason Ravensburg, who fatally struck a man with his car in 2020. 2 years ago. The impeachment vote, which split the Republicans who dominate South Dakota politics, suspended Mr. Ravensburg from his official duties while he awaits a trial in the state Senate that could result in his permanent removal from office. Quote, I believe impeachment should be reserved only for grave and exceptional circumstances, and I believe this is one, State Representative Will Mortensen, a Republican, said on Tuesday on the House floor. Mr. Ravensburg, a Republican in his first term in office, called 911 in September 2020 to report that he had hit something. Well, golly gee, everybody, what do you think he hit? Huh? What do you think he hit? Let's make this bigger. Maybe he hit a deer? Maybe he hit a deer with his car while traveling at night on a rural highway? The next day, when Mr. Ravensburg and others surveyed the scene of the collision, they saw that the car had struck Joe Bover, 55, who had been walking along the side of the highway near Highmore, South Dakota. So not a deer, a person with a name. Mr. Ravensburg pleaded no contest to 2 misdemeanor charges in connection with the crash. He did not serve jail time, everybody. My guy killed someone and then drove off, went to bed that night, slept soundly. It actually gets a lot weirder. Prosecutors who testified before a legislative committee this year said they did not have evidence to support more serious charges. That legislative committee recommended against impeachment last month, but left the final decision to the full House, which voted 36 to 31 to impeach him. What a close vote. Craig Price, the Secretary of the South Dakota Department of Public Safety, told lawmakers he believed that Mr. Ravensburg should have been charged with second-degree manslaughter. That sounds about right. Yeah. He accidentally killed someone. He's driving, clearly recklessly. Mr. Ravensburg released a short statement on Tuesday evening expressing confidence that he would keep his job. Quote, the House of Representatives voted and I respect the process, but I look forward to the Senate trial, where I believe I will be vindicated. Just the fucking just oozes confidence. He knows. The deer at night, not a human? Yeah, I mean, everyone in their college years, boys will be boys. I mean, he might be gray on top, but yeah. Sometimes you just get distracted while reading right-wing news on your phone driving late at night. Mr. Ravensburg, who had said little publicly about the case, released a letter the day before the impeachment vote saying that he, quote, could not resign then and cannot resign now because the incident did not impede my ability to perform the functions of Attorney General. I'm dead. The man is literally like facing arraignment for trial, and like they had to go talk to a judge and then finishes at court, and then goes and bees the He goes and becomes the Attorney General. What? How? How is this happening, America? He accused Governor Kristi Noem, a fellow Republican who repeatedly called on him to resign, of taking the, quote, unfortunate circumstances of a man being killed in a traffic accident to make her political moves. That's where we're at, man. You just kill someone. It's just an accident. It's a fender bender. She is politicizing this dead man. Who politicizes death? That's wild, everybody. How could you do that? That's crazy. I don't know what's wrong with you. Ms. Noem fired back, calling the Attorney General's letter bizarre and accusing him of lying about the events of the crash. Investigators had focused on whether Mr. Ravensburg knew on the night of the crash that it was a person that he had hit, or whether, as he asserted, he did not learn that until the next day. I mean, yeah, who doesn't? I mean, like, yeah. I know when I hit a deer, I make sure to go back the next day to check and make sure it was a deer. Because, no, wait, it's illegal to slaughter, to, like, take a deer and, like, turn it into meat, right? Quote, the Attorney General wants to make this about me. Sorry. This is Miss Noem talking. Quote, the Attorney General wants to make this about me to distract House members when the question before them is whether he should be the state's top law enforcement officer. She said on Twitter before the impeachment vote, quote, he killed an innocent man, lied about the events of that evening, and abused his office to cover it up. After Mr. Ravensburg was impeached, Ms. Noem said lawmakers, quote, did the right thing for the people of South Dakota and for Joe Bover's family. For Mr. Ravensburg to be convicted by the state senate and possibly removed from office, 2/3 of the senator would have to vote to convict him. The state constitution requires that Mr. Ravensburg be served with papers at least 20 days, yada yada yada, that's super boring. Okay, so like the details of this, Attorney General glasses. Okay, like some of this stuff is insane. For instance, victims' glasses were found in the car of the South Dakota Attorney General who claimed he hit a deer. Mine was nicknamed Splody by the RCMP officer. Oh my god, did you ever hit a deer? Seriously? Jesus. My stepdad once hit a deer and with a moose. He hit an actual moose, but he was in a cube van, which is the only reason he survived. And totaled it. Absolutely totaled the van. Okay, let's see this very normal and sane. What is this? A deposition?
Do you normally wear glasses or anything like when you're driving? No. Okay. Any like cheaters or anything? No. Okay.
So you don't wear glasses. Got
it. We found a pair of broken glasses in your vehicle, but they weren't sunglasses. They almost looked like cheaters of some sort. They were like a black framed glass. Part of them was laying on the front passenger floorboard, and part of them were laying in the back seat, broken half.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. You let him go? How? How did you... How... What the fuck?
Do you know? I wish I had a picture.
You know what happened with the glasses that seem to have been exploded by percussive force and are in wildly different spots of the car, broken? You know what could have caused that?
Picture of them.
Yeah, if you had a picture of them, I could, yeah.
Right, I don't have a picture with me.
Yeah, they're just the standard black frame.
Yeah.
They didn't take pictures. Yeah, they didn't take a picture of the evidence. Yeah, I know it sounded like you were. I know that you said that you've done some truck driving, and yeah, hitting a deer would probably explode it. Yeah, so that's what made me think of my stepdad hitting a moose. But yeah, it's no joke. That's no joke. And you know it, right? Like it's not, like it's four-legged. It was in a Camry. Oh wow, that's dangerous. Holy shit.
Standard black plastic frame.
I'm speculating without looking at them, but I would I'm in the military,
Uh-huh.
and we have sunglasses and different things that I have.
That explains it, everybody. He once was in the military.
Through, I don't know if that's that style or not.
Yeah.
And
it
very well
could be.
Right.
Because there's clear lenses.
And or sunglasses
Yeah.
I have, obviously,
Yep.
just as a
And
regular
I found
person.
some sunglasses in there.
Right.
So those glasses were kind of just
in the car somewhere. Yeah.
Oh, there's sunglasses black frame sunglasses. That makes perfect sense. Yep. This is I guess this is what we're going with. We're just making this up in front of the camera.
Multiple pairs of sunglasses. I lose
okay.
them.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
Yeah. Yep. And like I said, these weren't sunglasses. They were actually kind of looked like they weren't real great quality. I mean, the frames were snapping out, but the lenses were intact, but the lenses had fallen out of the frames of them and were laying there, and they kind of.
That's fucking crazy physical evidence. He says he doesn't wear glasses, then you bring up that there's broken glasses in his car, and then he says, yeah, they could be sunglasses. You clarify it's not sunglasses and that they're cheap and they have lenses, so for humans, not deer. And you're like clearly working with him to try to like figure out how to land this fucking hot potato. So yeah, I know you gave one really shitty excuse, but can we try another? Because it doesn't even hold up to the slimmest amount of scrutiny. Like, it's not even a song. Like, what the? Yeah.
We're just somewhat out of. I mean, as out of place as when you don't know what you're looking at. So we were wondering if those were yours or somebody else's. Yeah, I wish I had a picture of them. That would clear that right up.
I'd be happy to look at it. Whatever.
Okay, right.
Yeah. Send me a picture, or show me a picture, or show me the glasses.
Show me the
right.
evidence.
Okay.
You know. If you could.
And in a spirit of openness and humility, I want to be completely clear.
This is super old news. We're staying on the Oklahoma law. Just give me half a second.
The Oklahoma state legislature has passed a near total ban on abortions in the state, marking the latest in a national trend of red states implementing
What is with this quality? What the fuck?
restrictive abortion laws.
No, you don't like that?
Stephanie Sy has more.
The Oklahoma bill passed with an overwhelming majority yesterday, and with little debate. It makes providing abortions illegal and punishable with up to 10 years of prison time.
You notice it said providing? So it basically is targeting doctors. Good, great. You know, we don't need doctors during a pandemic, everybody.
And a fine of $100,000. The only exception is to save the life of the mother in what the law calls a physical medical emergency. For more on all this, I'm joined by Adam Kemp, the NewsHour's communities correspondent in Oklahoma City. Adam, you have been covering the wave of anti-abortion legislation in red states.
And people predicted this. This is what's upsetting, is that, like, this is absolutely, like, we knew this was going to happen. We knew this was going to happen.
Assuming that Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt signs this bill into law, what's the impact?
Yes, almost 1-to-1. Like probably 50% of the people in America, if not more, that are going around at the protests, Freedom Convoy protests, yelling freedom, unironically think this is really based in cool. Just like, yeah, but women... we need to protect the life of the unborn more than the life of the woman, like just without any deeper consideration than that. There's a really messed up article that is almost worth reading in the light of this, maybe at the end of this segment. It's called "The Only Moral Abortion is My Abortion." And it's from the perspective of a health professional who provides this service and encountering people who are pro-life activists or like strongly believe in the cause in the process of getting an abortion, and the gymnastics, the mental gymnastics they go through to justify that what they're doing is a-okay and totally normal.
That's right, Stephanie. And Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt has actually said any anti-abortion legislation that reaches his desk, he will sign it. This bill in particular is pretty interesting, as it actually passed the Oklahoma Senate last year and was taken up by the Oklahoma House yesterday, while a big protest of abortion advocates was actually out on the front steps of the Capitol protesting other legislation. The impact, advocates say, could be very severe, as Oklahoma is currently a critical access point for people from Texas after the passage of SB 8 last year, which banned abortions at 6 weeks of pregnancy. Now,
which is like often women don't even know that they have a baby at that point, like that you're pregnant.
Those Texans have flooded over the borders of fellow states, including more than half of them coming to Oklahoma to seek out an abortion. Advocates say that this kind of legislation could really cripple the state in terms of providing that care for people. And there are more pieces of legislation on the way, including a possible trigger effect ban, which would eliminate abortions in the state entirely if Roe v. Wade were to be rolled back at all.
Adam, assuming there will be court challenges to this law, what are the chances that it will actually go into effect? And are abortion providers in that state, and there are a limited number, actually preparing for this ban?
Yeah, that's an interesting part right now, because it's kind of an unknown at this point. The law is fully expected to be signed by Governor Stitt, but 3 similar laws were signed into effect last year by Governor Stitt, and those laws were all overturned by the Oklahoma State Supreme Court, so they didn't even make it out of the state.
Wow.
But like we were talking about earlier, with the possibility of Roe v. Wade being challenged in the Supreme Court, kind of everything's up in the air at this point, and advocates are wondering kind of where the pieces will fall.
Adam Kemp, NewsHour's Oklahoma City Communities correspondent, thank you.
My pleasure.
And now to take a look at how Oklahoma's law fits into a national trend, I'm joined by Mary Ziegler, author of Abortion and the Law in America.
Just like the black mass murderer who ran people over in his SUV, or the black guy who slashed the white guy in the face. Whoa, wait, what? Wait, what is this part about Lika Labi? What are you talking about, my guy? Are you talking about the NYC thing? We're not there yet. We're at the beginning. I know you're like a little triggered by, I guess, the fact that I want to cover the NYC shooting, which seems pretty relevant and important. I mean, I'm guessing that Lika Labi, a YouTuber, is responding to the title that mentions mass shootings, and they're going off about, I guess, black mass murderers. It's all very sussy. Very sussy. Very, very, like, tell me more. Tell me more about why you feel this way. What got you so heated again? We're carrying on. Don't worry about it.
Roe v. Wade to the present. Mary, thank you so much for joining the NewsHour. Tell us how Oklahoma's bill compares to other abortion legislation across the country, for example, SB 8 in Texas.
Well, I think SB 8 and some of the bills we saw earlier were really written for an era when red states had to circumvent constitutional protections for abortion rights. Oklahoma legislators are clearly staking out the position that there will be no more abortion rights within a matter of months, that states will be able to do whatever they want. And I think we'd expect to see a lot of red states introducing similar criminal prohibitions to this one, initially at least targeting doctors.
When you start turning doctors into criminals, you might have a problem with your moral compass. Like, whoa.
This law, though, does seem blatantly unconstitutional, violating the federal statute that was established by Roe v. Wade. Yeah. So what is the intention behind passing laws like this? Is it just to be ready in the hope for anti-abortion advocates that Roe v. Wade will be overturned?
It is. I mean, I think it's a vote of confidence that red state lawmakers have that this Supreme Court will, in fact, not only reverse Roe v. Wade, but will do so in short order. And they have some reason to believe that that's correct, and that while this law will almost certainly be blocked in the short term because it's unconstitutional, the Supreme Court is quite likely to change its interpretation of the Constitution and open the door to criminal laws just like the one we see in Oklahoma.
It's normal.
Oklahoma is not alone in trying to preemptively restrict abortion in the chance that Roe v. Wade is overturned when the Supreme Court takes up that Mississippi abortion law in June. According to the Guttmacher Institute, 12 states have drafted trigger bills. That's what they're...
That's the part that's scary. That's the part that's scary. That's the one that really makes me nervous, is that as soon as Supreme Court finds a way to overturn Roe v. Wade or death by 1,000 cuts or just by shadow docket or however the heck they do it, the flip is going to switch and America is going to split in two.
Called in the case that the high court overturns or weakens the constitutional right, as you point out, Mary. What are the potential outcomes for this battle at the state level?
Well, I think one of the interesting questions is going to be whether we see sort of three Americas when it comes to abortion, which is to say whether there are some states that either decide not to ban all abortions, maybe ban some abortions. And we don't know if that's going to happen yet, right? And Oklahoma was an interesting state to see fall into the list of states that plan on banning all abortions because it hadn't yet done so.
Right.
So there are likely to be intense battles in some states about whether every red state will in fact follow Oklahoma's path, or whether we'll see some states land somewhere in the middle, like banning abortion at 15 weeks, and it's just too early to say.
I want to talk about medication abortion, because more than half of women who decide to have an abortion are now doing so by taking a pill that can be put in the mail. Yeah. Including half of the women in Oklahoma seeking abortions. Yeah. How does that fact, Mary, change the legal landscape and the strategy for those advocates trying to stop all abortions?
We gotta start scanning the mail for the Plan B, everybody. That's the next step. Now your mail isn't safe because they gotta stop the... I think this was like pioneered by Irish feminists, activists. Were just like getting on a boat and going to countries where abortion rights were severely restricted and then handing out abortifacients.
It complicates it considerably because states like Oklahoma have staked out two positions, right? One, that they want to ban all abortions except potentially in certain medical emergencies or life-threatening scenarios, and two, that they don't want to punish women. But those two positions seem to be in direct tension with one another when we think about the availability of abortion medication, because of course that's going to mean that some women in Oklahoma will continue to get abortions even if Roe is overturned, and will do so without visiting a doctor in Oklahoma. They may be getting the pills from a doctor overseas, and at that...
Yeah, like rich, well-to-do women will often be able to find a way to get what the medical attention they need and deserve, but like poor women who maybe already have a kid and maybe can't afford another are most likely, last I checked, like the people who are going to be like substantially affected by this.
At that point, the question for states like Oklahoma is going to become, do they decide to punish women and other people who can get pregnant, or do they just create a loophole in the laws? So I think there's going to be an arms race of sorts between people seeking abortions and states trying to enforce the criminal prohibitions they've put in place.
True.
Mary Ziegler, author of Abortion.
Yeah, there's like a whole industry of midwives who are going to get caught up in this too. I think they're probably more likely to get targeted than doctors, if anything, probably because they're women, or maybe has something to do with it. I don't know. It all seems pretty mask off to me. It's scary.
Emily, thanks for being here. Oklahoma House has passed a near total ban on abortion, making performing an abortion a felony punishable.
Yeah, very slippery, like ice, like absolute ice. Hell, it's legal here and we still end up like that. Yeah, it's still midwifery is still like not as supported as it often should be. We're past the slippery slope. Like we're getting the forward momentum, really starting to melt the ice underneath us. We're going so fast. That's kind of how slippery the slope is. Like we're coming up to an oil patch.
by up to 10 years in prison. The move sparked protests in support of abortion rights at the Capitol. The bill makes an exception only in a medical emergency that endangers the life of the pregnant person. Interim CEO of Planned Parenthood Great Plains, Emily Wales, is here with more on this. Emily, thanks for being here. You know, back in September, Texas banned nearly all abortions after 6 weeks, and since then, many Texans have been heading to Oklahoma to get abortions. According to data from the University of Texas at Austin, currently 50% of patients receiving abortion care in Oklahoma have traveled from Texas. So what happens if this bill becomes law, as it's expected to, not only for Oklahomans, but for Texans as well?
You're absolutely right. We have been inundated with need from Texans who are coming to our health centers in Oklahoma for care. If this bill becomes law, or a similar one like it, which actually passed out of committee this morning, which is a true Texas-style copycat, we will see Oklahoma.
Is that like another one of the bounty systems where it's just like, yeah, we're just gonna empower bounty hunters?
Oklahomans and Texans who are forced
ABC, get your shit correct.
to go even farther out for care. Many of those patients who have resources will go to Kansas, New Mexico, Illinois, but for some patients, they won't have the resources, the ability to take time off of work, and they...
A friend of mine gave this young girl she works with every possible resource, and her doc gave her the runaround. Oof, that's the part that's really upsetting, is that, like, people who don't believe in this right know that they have time on their side, and that they can just sort of like trap you. It's really it's a really like brutal and cruel like moral regime we're heading towards.
They will either take matters into their own hands and try to terminate their pregnancies without medical support, or they will be forced to carry pregnancies against their will.
Now, the penalties in this law would be for the doctor, not the patient. Why is that?
Good question.
It's not unusual for these types of laws to attempt to go after providers of this care. I think generally you see anti-choice politicians don't want to focus on the patients because there is some more sympathy in the public light. But at the end of the day, patients can't get care without physician support. So whomever faces the penalty, the patients are the people who really suffer because they can't get access to care they deserve.
Now, Representative Jim Olson, who authored the bill, says that it will save the lives of many babies, and he says the bill passed the House without any debate or even questions. Now,
what ended up happening, if you don't have to say, but I'm curious, did she end up having to have the child?
These are elected representatives, so is this what Oklahomans want?
It's certainly not in line with what public polls show in Oklahoma, and the timing is not a surprise to us. We were actually holding a people's rally outside, and at the same time that we had members who are with us on choice issues, who are in the legislature, were out talking to their supporters, talking to their constituents. The Republicans moved this bill internally. So we knew this could happen. We saw it go on the agenda at the last minute. The interesting thing about this dynamic, I think, is Oklahoma doesn't have a history of doing live testimony from its constituents. It's really hard to engage with the process in this state. And so while we are outside trying to shine light on what's happening in the Capitol, where they don't listen to their constituents, they're passing bills that are going to punish people.
She did. She left the workplace and it was too late. Yikes. Yikes. And that's in Canada. That's like we actually have a sort of functioning healthcare system. But there's also a lot of backwards views. Rare to see that in the medical field, though. Oof. Maybe he was just a shit doc, didn't have his crap together. You can self-refer for medical? Wait, what does that mean? Self-refer?
Who really need
This is broken.
the most support from their legislators.
Yeah, as soon as you...
So what legal action is Planned Parenthood looking into now?
We're no stranger to this fight, and so we do plan to litigate and challenge. The real issue for us right now is that this is not the only ban that Oklahoma is moving. As I mentioned, there's another ban that is just like the Texas copycat, where it doesn't have criminal penalties, but it has the vigilante sue your neighbor provision.
Nice.
So we expect that to move within the next couple of weeks, and we may be
Awesome,
looking at legal
everybody.
challenges on both fronts.
All right, Emily Wales of Planned Parenthood, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
This is the bad place. Yikes. What's with this vigilante stuff? It's so bizarre. So my friend gave her every resource she could and just hoped the girl would go around the dock if she wanted. Oh, right. Yeah, I see. Like here, this is one way you could go. Yeah, that's rough. That's tough because it takes a lot of courage at a young age. Yeah, it's not going to happen. You need someone to kind of guide you. There is a very famous quote from a United Methodist pastor. I love this quote because it really, really changed my mind about this issue. The unborn are a convenient group of people to advocate for. They never make demands of you. They are morally uncomplicated, unlike the incarcerated, addicted, or the chronically poor. They don't resent your condescension or complain that you are not politically correct. Unlike widows, they don't ask you to question patriarchy. Unlike orphans, they don't need money, education, or childcare. Unlike aliens, they don't bring all that racial, cultural, and religious baggage that you dislike. They allow you to feel good about yourself without any work at creating or maintaining relationships. And when they are born, you can forget about them because they cease to be unborn. It's almost as if by being born, they have died to you. You can love the unborn and advocate for them without substantially challenging your own wealth, power, or privilege, without reimagining social structures, apologizing, or making reparations to anyone. They are, in short, the perfect people to love if you want to claim you love Jesus, but actually dislike people who breathe. Prisoners, immigrants, the sick, the poor, widows, orphans, all the groups that are specifically mentioned in the Bible, they all get thrown under the bus for the unborn. Like in 3 paragraphs, absolutely critically undermines the entire all the moral assumptions of a movement that has lasted decades, several generations. And this pastor cuts right through the noise and just like, yo, I know the Bible. I know exactly what you're doing here. I know exactly the labor you are refusing to do when it comes to good works. And like, I think it's just interesting, right? Like there's a split in Christianity about how you can achieve heaven through faith, or you could, or later in the big split, you could achieve heaven through good deeds. And like there's very much that split happening here between like evangelicals just having the right faith, being part of the right in-group, and then like, oh wait, we got an interesting link here. Nova Scotia. The Nova Scotia Women's Choice Clinic is a surgical abortion and medical abortion clinic based at the Victoria General Provincial Self-Referral Line for information about accessing medical and surgical abortions at the QEI and other locations across the province. Women can work with the referral line to learn more about accessing services closer to home. Okay. So it sounds like there's not a lot of these places. So you have a whole clinic just to help people find services closer to home. Okay. All right. Okay. This is the only moral abortion is my abortion. Or this is 20 years. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is such an old fucking. And she has a quote from Dr. George Tiller. Dr. George Tiller, it's hard to show you this just because I'm on top of it. One sec. You were all stoked about it? Yeah, it looks like an actual, like, information is often the thing that prevents people from getting what they need. Okay, sorry, my mic setup's all broken now. Let's see if we can pull this up. Yeah, okay, so this wise word section from Dr. George Tiller, who was assassinated by an anti-choice terrorist on May 31st, 2009. Quote, "Abortion is not a cerebral or a reproductive issue. Abortion is a matter of the heart. For until one understands the heart of a woman, nothing else about abortion makes any sense at all." Wow. Whoa, I did not expect that. This man was famously called George Tiller the baby killer by Bill O'Reilly on Fox News for many years. Or I don't know for many years, but at least more than once. And it led to his assassination. And that whole thing that played out is often what's used as an example to describe stochastic terrorism. This idea that you can cause people to become lone wolves, to go do crazy shit, if you just repeat like really violent, dangerous rhetoric enough times on like a big enough platform. Like putting heat into a pot of boiling water, and the bubbles are like the lone wolves, the individual moments of terror and violence. And the death of Dr. George Tiller is very much like in that vein, and is talked about in that sense, like how American media is causing these things, has blood on its hands kind of thing. You know what I mean? Let's read a bit of this. It's a bit long, and then we're going to check out what's happening in Ukraine, and then I think there's one other we'll check out what happened in New York. It was pretty intense news. Abortion is a highly personal decision that many women are sure they'll never have to think about until they're suddenly faced with an unexpected pregnancy. But this can happen to anyone, including women who are strongly anti-choice. So what does an anti-choice woman do when she experiences an unwanted pregnancy herself? Often, she will grin and bear it, so to speak. But frequently, she opts for the solution she would deny to other women: abortion. We're already off to a good start. We're already off. Okay, wait. Just to make this, just to make sure we have the right mood, everybody, because, Alright, where were we? What were you talking about again? Alright. I'll just turn it down a bit. In the spring of 2000, I collected the following anecdotes directly from abortion doctors and other clinic staff in North America, Australia, and Europe. The stories are presented in the provider's own words with minor editing for grammar clarity and brevity. Names have been omitted to protect privacy. Quote, this is where it gets fun. This is where it's going to get real fun, real spicy. Quote, I have done several abortions on women who have regularly picketed my clinics, including a 16-year-old schoolgirl who came back to picket the day after her abortion about 3 years ago. During her whole stay at the clinic, we felt that she was not quite right, but there were no real warning bells. She insisted that the abortion was her idea and assured us that all was okay. She went through the procedure very smoothly and was discharged with no problems. A quite routine operation. Next morning, she was with her mother and several schoolmates in front of the clinic with the usual anti-posters and chants. It appears that she got the abortion she needed and still displayed the appropriate anti-views expected of her by her parents, teachers, and peers. Physician, Australia. Okay. It's a good one. All right, let's keep going. Quote, I've had several cases over the years in which the anti-abortion patient had rationalized in one way or another that her case was the only exception. But the one that really made an impression was the college senior who was the president of her campus Right to Life organization, meaning that she had worked very hard in that organization for several years. As I was completing her procedure, I asked what she planned to do about her high office in the RTL organization. Her response was a wide-eyed, "You're not going to tell them, are you?" When assured that I was not, she breathed a sigh of relief, explaining how important that position was to her and how she wouldn't want this to interfere with it. Physician, Texas. Oh man, these are way juicier than I remembered. Way juicier. Sorry, just move some stuff. Okay. In 1990, in the Boston area, Operation Rescue and other groups were regularly blockading the clinics, and many of us went every Saturday morning for months to help women and staff get in. As a result, we knew many of the antis by face. One morning, a woman who had been a regular sidewalk counselor went into the clinic with a young woman who looked like she was 16 to 17, and obviously her daughter. When the mother came out about an hour later, I had to go up and ask her if her daughter's situation had caused her to change her mind. "I don't expect you to understand my daughter's situation," she angrily replied. The following Saturday, she was back, pleading with women entering the clinic not to, quote, murder their babies. Clinic, Escort, Massachusetts. Okay. Alright. Cool. Very cool. Quote, "We too have seen our share of anti-choice women, ones the counselors usually grit their teeth over. Just last week, a woman announced loudly enough for all to hear in the recovery room that she thought abortion should be illegal. Amazingly, this was her second abortion within the last few months, having gotten pregnant again within a month of the first abortion. The nurse handled it by talking about all the carnage that went on before abortion was legalized and how fortunate she was to receiving safe, professional care. However, this young woman continued to insist it was wrong and should be made illegal. Finally, the nurse said, quote, "Well, I guess we won't be seeing you here again. Not that you're not welcome." Later on, another patient who had overheard this exchange thanked the nurse for her remarks. Clinic administrator, Alberta. Okay, nice. Alberta's in the ring. Cool. We saw a woman recently who, after 4 attempts and many hours of counseling both at the hospital and our clinic, finally, calmly and uneventfully had her abortion. 4 months later, she called me on Christmas Eve to tell me that she was not and never was pro-choice, and that we failed to recognize that she was clinically depressed at the time of her abortion. The purpose of her call was to chastise me for not sending her off to the psych unit instead of the procedure room. Clinic administrator, Alberta again. It just keeps going like this. It just keeps going. They're all like this. It's insane. Recently, we had a patient who had given a history of being a pro-life activist, but had decided to have an abortion. She was pleasant to me, and our initial discussion was mutually respectful. Later, she told someone on my staff that she thought abortion is murder, that she is a murderer, and that she is murdering her baby. So before doing her procedure, I asked her if she thought abortion is murder. The answer was yes. I asked her if she thought I am a murderer, and if she thought I would be murdering her baby, and she said yes. But murder is a crime, and murderers are executed. Is this a crime? Well, it should be, she said. At that point, she became angry and hostile, and the summary of the conversation was that she regarded me as an abortion dispensing machine, and how dare I ask her what she thinks. After explaining to her that I do not perform abortions for people who think I am a murderer or people who are angry at me, I declined to provide her with medical care. I do not know whether she found someone else to do her abortion. Physician, Colorado. Are they supposed to be inside your head? If you regret your abortion, that's... Yeah, I mean, like... I guess some people just don't ever resolve their feelings, and so they take it out on the person who had the change, who like, executed the procedure, and so it's like their fault for doing what you asked them to do. It's really messed up. In 1973, after Roe v. Wade, abortion became legal but had to be performed in a hospital. That, of course, was changed later. For the first legal abortion day, I had scheduled 5 procedures. While scrubbing between cases, I was accosted by the chief of the OBGYN service. He asked me, "How many children are you going to kill today?" My response, out of anger, was a familiar, vulgar retort. Probably fuck you. About 3 months later, this born-again Christian called me to explain that he was against abortion, but his daughter was only a junior in high school and was too young to have a baby, and he was also afraid that if she did have a baby, she would not want to put it up for adoption. I told him he did not need to explain the situation to me. All I need to know, I said, is that she wants an abortion. 2 years later, I performed a second abortion on her during her college break. She thanked me and pleaded, "Please don't tell my dad. He is still anti-abortion." Physician, Washington State. Coming from a woman of reproductive age that's gone through the oh no, I'm pregnant and wants children. Yeah, I mean, it's like massive sea change. Everything changes. You're never the same, and it's like it's very hard to be prepared nowadays. Like, I don't know anyone who's just coasting, just like crushing it right now. Like, it's economy's in shambles, just fucking wars popping off right now. America's a hellscape. I'm big sympathy. The sister of a Dutch bishop in Limburg once visited the abortion clinic in Beek, where I used to work in the 70s. And a reminder that this is like not a real language, like Dutch. What are you doing? Beek? What is this? I'm joking. Okay, I'm just Jokes. After entering the full waiting room, she said to me, "My dear Lord, what are all those young girls doing here?" "Same as you," I replied. "Dirty little dames," she said. Physician, the Netherlands. What the fuck, man? Sister of a Dutch bishop getting an abortion. Amazing. I had a patient about 10 years ago who traveled up to New York City from South Carolina for an abortion. I asked her why she went such a long way to get the procedure. Her answer was that she was a member of a church group that didn't believe in abortion, and she didn't want anyone to know she was having one. She planned to return to the group when she went back to South Carolina. Physician, New York. Quote, "I once had a German client who greatly thanked me at the door, leaving after a difficult 22-week abortion." Holy shit. With a gleaming smile, she said, "Und doch sind Sie ein Mörder." Oh my god, and you're still a murderer, she said. Physician, the Netherlands. Jesus. My first encounter with this phenomenon came when I was doing a 2-week follow-up at a family planning clinic. The woman's anti-choice value spoke indirectly through her expression and body language. She told me that she'd been offended by the other women in the abortion clinic waiting room because they were using abortion as a form of birth control, but her condom had broken, so she had no choice. I had real difficulty not pointing out that she did have a choice and she had made it, just like the other woman in the waiting room. A 21-year-old woman, that was a physician in Ontario. Dang. A 21-year-old woman and her mother drove 3 hours to come to their appointment for an abortion. They were surprised to find the clinic a nice place with friendly, personable staff. While going over contraceptive options, they shared that they were pro-life and disagreed with abortion, but that the patient could not afford to raise a child right now. Like, in the same breath. Also, she wouldn't need contraceptives since she wasn't going to have sex until she got married, obviously, because of her religious beliefs. Rather than argue with them, I saw this as an opportunity for dialogue. And in the end, my hope was that I had planted a healing seed to help resolve the conflict between their beliefs and their realities. Holy shit, that's based. Physician, Washington State. That's based. It's really hard to kind of like see how differently someone might like view an idea, and you're like, but your actions conflict with what you're saying. I think you got to resolve that, and like trying to think, how can I help this person resolve this conflict? I think that's pretty, yeah, it's pretty based. Okay, I think that's enough of that. We're gonna check out what's going on in Ukraine. And this is actually, yeah, it's actually too morbid to have goofy music. This is just a bit too morbid. Ukraine, the critical fight for heart of this war, Mariupol. This is BBC, Tom Bateman. There are growing signs Russia could be on the brink of fully capturing Mariupol, the besieged southern port city, which has suffered a devastating 6-week assault. Officially, Ukraine's armed forces say they are sustaining its defense and are in continuous contact with their troops on the ground, but they concede it is likely Moscow will try to take full control of the city, while a regional Russian-backed separatist leader claims Mariupol is close to falling. Oh, not good. Ukrainian troops have said they are running out of ammunition and are believed to have been pushed back into 2 isolated pockets adjoining the coastline. The city's fate is likely to be critical for the next phase of the war. In Russian hands, it would provide control of a clear swath of territory connecting Moscow's 2 fronts in the south and east. It would release large numbers of forces to redeploy, and President Putin, with a moment of strategic victory after a lethally shambolic first stage to his invasion. Shambolic, what a great word, meaning like shambling, like absolutely in complete shambles. Shambolic. It would mark a huge loss, if by now an unexpected one, for Ukraine's leadership, which has described Mariupol as the heart of this war today. It is believed Ukraine's forces have been forced back to the port area and the Azovstal iron and steel plant. Russian troops started their encirclement of Mariupol in early March. The siege has killed thousands of civilians and unleashed an appalling struggle for survival for trapped residents who remain. Thousands of people have escaped further north, risking a deadly journey through the front line. Here in Zaporizhzhia, I have watched civilians arrive day after day, describing how they have witnessed the obliteration of their city. In recent days, Russian forces are thought to have pushed in further by dividing the remaining holdout of Mariupol's defenders, according to the think tank Institute for the Study of War. It's believed Ukraine's forces have been forced back to the port area and the Azovstal plant, a massive iron and steel works from where they had launched counterattacks for weeks. Videos have emerged of fighters apparently from the 36th Marine Brigade vowing not to surrender their positions. We are holding on, quote, we are holding on to every bit of the city wherever possible, says one in a video posted to social media channels on Tuesday. Quote, but the reality is the city is encircled and blocked, and there was no resupply of ammunition or food. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Part of the footage shows him alongside several other Marines in a room that looks like a basement shelter. One of the men has crutches leaning against his chair. A post on Monday on the brigade's Facebook page described the situation as, quote, the last battle. It is death for some of us and captivity for the rest, it said, adding that they had been pushed back and surrounded by Russian troops. Ukrainian analysts differed over whether the post could be relied on as genuine, with some claiming the page had been hacked, but more than 36 hours the post remained on the site. The siege and a resulting collapse in communications in Mariupol means it is difficult to independently verify reports about changes on the ground. There is little doubt Ukrainian forces have been desperate for new supplies of weapons, ammunition, food, and water. Ukraine's military reportedly managed over the weeks to resupply troops with kit, including night and thermal vision goggles, portable battery charging packs, and even anti-tank munitions, but it became increasingly hard. Quote, ultimately, the city was surrounded so soon into the invasion that there was never a chance to build up supplies, says Justin Bronk, a senior research fellow at defense think tank, the Royal United Services Institute, RUSI. Quote, they've already held out far longer than any external analyst would have predicted possible, so it's difficult to say how much longer they can go on, he says, adding that they have achieved extraordinary results with very little. Ukrainian attempts to rotate forces or evacuate the wounded also became much more high risk as Russia tightened its siege. The Russian Defense Ministry claimed 2 weeks ago it had shot down a Ukrainian Mi-8 helicopter 5 kilometers from the Sea of Azov shore. It was thought to have been coming out of the city. On Tuesday, it claimed up to 100 Ukrainian troops had tried to fight their way out of the steelworks plant, but said half were killed by Russian artillery and airstrikes and more than 40 surrendered. Yikes. In his video address to the nation late on Tuesday, I'm going to see if I can pull that. Zelensky address. Let's see if we can hear his version. Mariupol. Days ago. Oh, I don't. Here, I'll keep looking for it in the background. 6 days ago. Okay, yeah, I'll find it after. Where were we? In his video address, he said, the future of Ukraine directly depends on the strength of our resistance in all its forms. The future of us all, each of our cities, each of our villages. And I am grateful to everyone who understands this, who does not stop resisting even when it seems that the result is very far, because the darkest time is always before dawn. I want to separately address those heroes who are having a very hard time, those who defend Mariupol. A Marine battalion of the 36th Marine Brigade, Azov Special... Azov! Oh, interesting. Yeah, they're one of the bad ones. 12th Operational Brigade of the National Guard of Ukraine, subdivisions of the State Border Guard Service, volunteers of the Right Sector, the 555th Military Hospital and National Police employees. As well as the Marines, the defense of Mariupol also consists of the Azov Battalion, an ultra-nationalist militia formed in 2014, which Kyiv says has been reformed and is now part of Ukraine's National Guard. Yeah, reformed. They are only a tiny part of Ukraine's overall forces, but their presence has been a key focus of Moscow's propaganda war. It refers to the invasion as a special military operation, claiming it is to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. Meanwhile, reports by local forces that Russia deployed chemical weapons in Mariupol this week have yet to be confirmed, so we don't know if that's true. They are a reminder of how the conflict could quickly trigger a further dangerous escalation. The full capture of the city could see significant numbers of Russian troops, so far used to contain and prevent resupply in Mariupol, reconstituted and moved elsewhere, particularly in other parts of the eastern Donbass region, where Moscow is gearing up for a major offensive. It could also see Moscow consolidate its progress north of Mariupol, which is one of the reasons the Ukrainians were finding it so hard to relieve the city, according to Mr. Bronk. The forces could also be used to bolster Russian-occupied Kherson, where Ukrainian troops have been attempting to retake ground with some success. Zelensky continued his metaphor that Mariupol is the heart of the war. Quote, if it stops beating, then we will be weaker. Yikes. And it kind of looks like it will fall. Like analysts are like, how did it last so long? How did they even get this far? So let me pull something real quick. Oh, right. Yeah, of course. Just bringing up a clip. Yeah, there's this. We're going to check out. And then there's also a bunch of war crimes that happen. Oh, man. Okay, I think we're going to skip on Ukraine. It's pretty heavy. I want to find out what happened with the metro in...
Good evening, I'm Adrian Arsenault.
And I'm Andrew Chang. Tonight, a gunman opens fire on...
This is the national CBC News.
On the packed New York subway.
Just going to go to the washroom. Oh, dang.
The morning rush hour turned terrifying.
He had a mask on and a vest and was shooting people.
The hunt for the gunman and his motive.
Okay, be right back.
2 men in Toronto shot and killed at random.
These men were completely innocent.
And police say the suspect was prepared to kill again.
A blast of winter in April.
This storm has been described as historic.
The blizzard tracking towards the prairies that could be the worst in decades.
A COVID surge right before a holiday weekend.
We're going to stick to seeing our family. We would not make any plans to see family this weekend.
Should you keep your plans? Go outside. Rapid test first. We ask the expert. This is The National. A manhunt is underway in New York City tonight after an attack at a subway station in Brooklyn.
It happened during the busy morning commute. Police say a man wearing a gas mask set off smoke grenades on a train before opening fire on the crowd. They say he shot 33 times. 10 people were hit. 5 are in critical but stable condition. Now, Paul Hunter joins us now from outside the subway station. Paul, police gave an update on the investigation tonight, and they now have a person of interest.
Hey, Andrew, yeah. Frank R. James from Philadelphia. Police found a credit card in his name at the scene. They found the keys to a rental in his name at the scene. And tonight, there is a $50,000 reward out in his name.
Morning rush hour, underground in Brooklyn. Suddenly, with smoke in the car ahead and a banging noise, possibly someone trying to escape, as passengers here moved away, frightened and confused. When it pulled into the next station, they all poured out from both cars. Smoke, panic, and blood now everywhere.
There was blood on the floor.
Wait, no. Can't show that. Just trying to go get some tasty juice. Okay, so maybe we can't cover this? I don't understand how like I can't show stuff that's already up on YouTube. I still can't wrap my head around on that.
Which was some yards away from me, and he was bleeding from the legs.
I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I just got off the train. I stayed by some police officers, and I hope for the best.
I saw a lot of people coming out of the train station, screaming, yelling for help. I saw a lady, she was shot right in her leg. Yeah, and she was screaming for help.
No one knew what was going on, who was shooting, or why. Police said later it could have been much worse. Consider what they found at the scene.
Whoa.
We had 33 discharged shell casings.
Yeah.
15 bullets, 5 bullet fragments, 2 detonated smoke grenades, 2 non-detonated smoke grenades. A hatchet.
A hatchet?
New York's new mayor, Eric
mayor.
Adams, who campaigned pledging to fight crime, could not visit the scene, having just tested positive for COVID. He sent these words.
We're praying for all New Yorkers who were injured or affected by today's attack.
Paul, you hear the words New York and attack, and a lot of people immediately think terrorism. That's something police were asked about today.
Yeah, they were asked, and they said, look, they're not ruling it out, but at this point, they are not thinking that that's what was going on here. But look, you're right. This is New York. This is America. That was the first thing people thought this morning. When we left Washington to get here, there were big men with big guns, police with sniffer dogs out at the subway stations in Washington. They don't fool around on this stuff in this country when that's a possibility. What it is another signal to many New Yorkers of this uptick in gun violence we've been hearing about. 2 years into the pandemic, people are frustrated with the economy, with vaccinating and masking. People are angry.
Don't say people are frustrated with masking or vaccinating. It's annoying.
Has been an uptick in gun violence, not only in New York, but in other major urban cities. And people in New York tonight are fearful that this is just another indicator of that.
Paul Hunter in New York. Thank you.
Yeah, not good.
Toronto police have arrested a suspect in 2 random and unprovoked murders, including a marketing student from India, just 21 years old. Police say the arrest likely prevented more killings. Thomas Douglas shows us the grief of the student's father, but he begins at the scene of the crime.
This is news to me.
Of all the commuters who passed through Toronto's busy Sherbourne subway station, police say a 21-year-old college student was chosen at random last week and killed.
What? He was shot multiple times, and he was in a defenseless position the whole time.
What the fuck?
Only 3 months ago, Kartik Vasudev left his family in India, celebrating one last time before flying to Canada, a country chosen partly because his parents considered it safe.
Yeah, we just finished the story about the New York. What is going on?
He was very innocent.
Oh, brutal.
We have sent him to achieve his goals, to fulfill his dreams, not for the murder.
2 days after Vasudev was killed, police were called to another eerily similar scene. They say 35-year-old Elijah Mahipath had been shot while out running errands.
It's just another bigot, like going around.
Traced a suspect to this Toronto home, and on Sunday night, the tactical squad arrested the alleged shooter, 39-year-old Richard Jonathan Edwin, who police say had no connection to either victim.
Downstairs,
Wild.
I heard them, him getting arrested. I heard get on the ground.
Inside, police say they discovered an arsenal of
that interview. They're just sitting outside the apartment. Do you live here? Excuse me, do you live here? Yeah, we live here. Hey, we're from CBC. You want to be interviewed? Yeah.
legally obtained weapons,
including handguns, rifles, loaded magazines, and other ammunition.
I will not keep quiet without justice. I want justice for my son.
Yeah, truck
Flags are flying at half-mast at Seneca College, where Kartik Vasudev studied marketing until he was killed on his commute to a part-time job.
It is actually the daily routine of the students, traveling back and forth to the campus as well, back and forth to their workplace. May his soul rest in peace, I would say. It's very disheartening,
Police say the suspect has no criminal record, but they're now looking into whether he may have carried out previous attacks. Police are convinced if...
Why is it people with 3 names that do that? I don't know. I feel like it's another person radicalized online, just like spending all this time alone for years and not turning out like me, like based and cool and still sane, but turning out wild and strange and broken. You know what I mean?
If the man hadn't been arrested, there would have been more people killed. Thomas Dagg, CBC News, Toronto.
Yes, that is the point of police. Thank you for reminding us that the point of police is to stop criminals from continuing to do crime. Why do we need to hear that?
We are tracking a major snowstorm that will be felt across southern Saskatchewan and Manitoba. You can see on the map.
Do we care about the major blizzard? I mean, it's very much like a climate change kind of thing, but I kind of want to skip on it.
Well, to Ukraine now, which received another ominous signal about the state of the war, this time from Russian President Vladimir Putin himself.
Oh my God.
He called the current state of peace negotiations a dead end, which leaves the war very much alive. There are daily assaults in the eastern Donbass region. To the south, in Mariupol, the city's mayor estimates more than 20,000 civilians have died there so far.
What the
and
fuck,
Russia's
man? I can't believe it's still going. I remember studying this shit like this in school, and it's all so distant. And Second World War was such a crazy time, and now it's like just turn on the news, you know?
said to be focusing on a Ukrainian-held industrial area where there are unverified reports of a chemical weapons attack. Active fighting obscures much of what's happening now, but one of the first major battles for Ukraine was at the airport near the Kiev suburb of Hostomel. Chris Brown went there to see up close the deep scars this war is leaving.
Uh-oh. Might not be able to cover this section. This is going to be a bunch of blood.
The enormity of the destructiveness of this war is astounding. On the very first day, one of the key battles was fought here at the Ukrainian air base in Hostomel, just north of Kyiv.
They've lost their elite airborne battalion that attempted to capture airport here.
A senior lieutenant who goes by Starsky was one of the defenders and says Russia attacked with 34 helicopters.
Remember that clip?
Ukraine shot some down, like this one, but not all. And so the Ukrainian commanders shelled the runway to prevent the invasion force of airborne troops from landing.
I think that it changed the future of our war.
Russian forces eventually did capture this place, but with the element of surprise gone, Ukraine won it back after a ferocious fight. This is a Ukrainian T-64 tank. It was disabled by the Ukrainians before they pulled out of here and then buried in rubble during the Russian occupation. But it might be repairable and could be used in the battle ahead. As surviving Russian forces from Hostomel and elsewhere are redeployed to Ukraine's eastern Donbass region, the man who started this war justified it again. Appearing beside the Belarusian leader, Vladimir Putin called it noble and dismissed the horrific accounts of Russian atrocities in places such as Bucha as fake. Some Ukrainian defenders in the besieged city of Mariupol claim Russia has used chemical weapons on them, an incredibly serious allegation that could prompt Western escalation if true. We take the claim very seriously, said Ukraine's Vladimir Zelensky, but notably, he did not offer any proof, and confirmation may be difficult.
Yeah, it's always so hard to trust, like, what's going on here.
At Hostomel, one of the other casualties of this war is the world's largest aircraft, a Ukrainian-made Antonov 225 nicknamed the Dream, now gutted. But the lieutenant says Russian losses here were far worse than Ukraine's.
I think we will succeed on Donbass as well. First of all, because we can use our reserves. And of course, they have lost a lot of their elite troops during those very first days of invasion.
Even with between 8,000 and 18,000 of its soldiers killed, Russia still has an immense army. And Vladimir Putin has signaled he won't end this war until he gets something he can call a victory. Chris Brown, CBC News, Kyiv.
Ukrainian security services say they have arrested a prominent pro-Russian politician in Ukraine with deep ties to Vladimir Putin.
Oh, yeah.
Viktor Medvedchuk had actually escaped house arrest on treason charges.
The best friend of Putin.
Charges just days after the Russian invasion began. Officials say...
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the military, you basically have to huff opium and copium every single day, or else, like, you're going to surrender. You have to believe in yourself, I guess.
Say he was using a Ukrainian military uniform as a disguise when he was most recently recaptured.
Oh,
He's
he
the
looks
leader
awful.
of the largest opposition.
Oh my God, is this
the
the
Russian
same person?
Began. Officials say he was using a Ukrainian military uniform as a disguise when he was most recently recaptured. He's the leader of the largest opposition party in Ukraine, calls the Russian president his personal friend, and claims Putin is godfather to his daughter.
Cool.
Back in Canada, nearly 150 people are out of their homes, and some say they lost everything because of yesterday's fire in Vancouver's Gastown district.
Sorry, there was a fire? What the fuck?
It took some 12 hours to put the flames out. More than 70 people lived in the low-cost single-room occupancy hotel.
Wow.
Another 75
Hotel?
were forced out of a neighboring building by those plumes of smoke described as noxious.
Wait, did she say live and then followed it up with hotel?
Lived in the low-cost single-room occupancy hotel.
Low-cost single occupancy hotel. Yo, that's depressing. So this is like the city isn't doing a good enough job of checking in and putting like health code. That's my guess, is that like this is not up to code, that there was like super run down.
Another 75 were forced out of a neighboring building by those plumes of smoke described as noxious and carcinogenic. Both buildings are now condemned.
Yeah.
How we're going to get those folks back on their feet and into safe, warm, dry housing is a huge challenge.
The displaced residents were scattered
In
to
Vancouver?
various city shelters. The women's support group that managed the building that caught fire is collecting donations of clothing and other necessities.
Oh, interesting.
And in Nova Scotia, one man is dead. His brother is in critical condition after they were swept into the water last night in Peggy's Cove.
Oh, my
The landmark
goodness.
is surrounded by rocks and treacherous waters. Despite signs warning tourists, it is the most common location of drownings for the province.
Oh my
Turning
goodness.
to COVID-19 now.
Oh my
and
God.
Urgent new advice from Canada's top health officials. If you
Wait,
have
wait. You mean that tower that we see in like all the posters of Nova Scotia is a death trap? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? That's messed up, man.
now and urgent new advice.
Drownings for the province.
Turning to COVID-19 now and urgent new advice from Canada's top health officials. If you haven't gone to get a booster yet, go now, because the virus is virtually everywhere. Lauren Pelly looks at the situation across.
Lack of mask mandates.
Now let's pick up on
Should
that
be fun.
thread of mask mandates. It's not just health experts pushing to bring them back. Across the country, a growing number of school boards, teachers, parents, and students have taken up the call. Deanna Sumanak-Johnson shows us how they're taking matters into their own hands.
As Ottawa teachers and students get sick and classes get cancelled, some say one measure could change the picture. This school board trustee is pushing to bring the mask mandates back. A decision is expected later tonight.
When our chief medical officer of Ottawa wholeheartedly feels that masking needs to be another layered protection in our schools in this current wave of the pandemic, I need to take that seriously.
But Ontario school boards are on their own. The province is still resisting to bring school mask requirements back.
So we've not seen any significant threat to the health of children.
In British Columbia, modeling suggests another wave is afoot, and this mother worries.
It doesn't feel safe for schools.
Her province was one of the last to adopt school masking in the previous COVID waves. Kayanta Martin's hoping they will bring them back for this one.
I mean, we should be taking care of our kids, especially when kids under 5 are not vaccinated. They are lacking a huge protection that a lot of us have.
Yeah, that's a major,
and in some places,
major factor.
just having a little more information is making the choice to mask or not easier for some parents. Toronto District School Board now tells parents of all the cases reported in their school.
You know, and it's still, I got some email, and it's still children is getting COVID inside. So this is not like what you don't like, what you like. This is like important for our health. Understand now?
Does it make you feel a little safer?
It does. Do you know why you wear a mask?
Because I don't want to get COVID.
For now, if school boards don't mandate masking, some parents and kids are choosing to do it for themselves. Deanna Sumanak-Johnson, CBC News, Toronto.
Well, the sixth wave is hitting just in time for another holiday weekend, but this time families.
Yeah, we don't need common sense. Well, I think, what is it like? You only have like so much self-discipline, and from what I understand, this is like per day. Like if you, let's say, do a bunch of really difficult things in the morning, you're probably going to feel pretty lazy at night. Like you only have so much, like I guess like focusing power per day. And I wonder if the same is true for like long periods of time, like year after year of increasingly difficult economic situation, housing situation, health situation. Yeah, the cracks are really starting to form. So even something as basic and as simple as wearing a mask became politicized because people needed that emotional support of being in an in-group, of feeling morally righteous, more than they needed to like protect themselves from a deadly virus. So I feel like that's a pretty clear litmus case where like things have gone off the rails, where people are clinging on to their political identities and like a life raft, you know, during pandemic, and we're running out of steam. Like we can't even get people to agree a little bit of fabric, and it has pretty good gains. Asia's been doing this for like decades now. Like it's pretty simple, straightforward, but gotta get your anger juice, you know, your rage-a-hol.
To decide what to do without restrictions.
We're really looking forward to spending time with family this weekend.
We would not make any plans to see family this weekend.
What you need to know if you're thinking of gathering.
Plus, the British Prime Minister pays up for partying during lockdown, but for some...
Oh yeah, and on that note, there was something I had pulled up just because Britain got mentioned. Apparently Britain's economy, what is it, like largest inflation in 30 years? UK inflation hits 30-year high of 7% as energy prices surge. I've heard things as high as 8% in America, and that's insane. That is crazy bad. The 7% annual rise in the consumer price index is the highest since March 1992. Oh my God. UK inflation, as soaring food and energy prices continue to squeeze consumers and pose a dilemma for policymakers. Consumer prices rose by 1.1% month on month, outstripping expectations for a 0.7% climb in a Reuters poll of economists, which had also predicted a 6.7% annual increase. The 7% annual rise in the consumer price index is the highest since March 1992, outstripping the 6.2% increase recorded in February. Oh, jeez, okay, or we just smashing through records at this point. Oh my goodness. From April 1st, the UK energy regulator increased the household energy price cap by 54%, following a surge in energy prices, including a record rise in global gas prices. Bank of England has hiked interest rates, yada, 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 yada. So, yeah, interests do be bad right now, not in a good way. And the other thing I had that I thought I was going to bring, yeah, this is like, it's the same story but different. Globe and Mail put this out. The multi-property owners own a significant proportion of housing in Ontario and BC, a new report shows. There's new evidence to suggest that a minority of Canadian homeowners are amassing large amounts of residential real estate in Ontario and BC. New data reveal that 15.5% of individual homeowners own 31% of all residential properties in Ontario as of 2019. In British Columbia, 15% of individual owners held 29% of the provincial housing stock. The data is from the Canadian Housing Statistics Program, or CHSP, set up 5 years ago through Stats Canada to fill a data gap on the forces driving the country's housing market. The findings are CHSP's first comprehensive look at individuals who hold multiple properties and what they own. They're released less than a week after Ottawa introduced a budget that attempts to alleviate the country's affordable housing crisis by pumping millions of dollars into new home construction, helping first-time home buyers, and curbing foreign real estate buyers. So in Nova Scotia, share of homeowners who own multiple properties and what share of properties they own, owners who are individual multi-property, and properties owned by these owners. Okay, so 21% of people who own properties are multiple property owners, and then these people own a share of 40%. That's fucked up. I wonder what Quebec is like. What's Quebec like? Oh, it doesn't actually show the thing. The budget did not release the role of retail real estate investors, whose buying doubled over the first year of the pandemic and represented just over 20% of all purchases across the country in the first half of 2021. Quote, individual multiple property owners hold a significant share of the residential property stock despite accounting for a relatively small number of owners, the CHSP report said, adding that owners seeking additional properties contribute to increased competition in already tight real estate markets, making it more difficult for prospective homeowners to purchase a home. Yeah, this is really bad news for like normal people who want to, you know, own shit.
It's too little too late.
To have a government treating us for fools. We deserve better than this.
But first, inside a Canadian-led NATO mission on Russia's doorstep.
We feel like we're important for once, like really doing the real thing.
We're on the ground with troops in Latvia. We're back in 2.
CBC News, the national.
Thousands have been forced to flee their homes. This just months after a typhoon devastated the region. Whoa! Rain and mudslides also causing destruction in South Africa. Dozens have been killed in the eastern part of the country, and buildings and major highways were washed away. The military has been deployed to help with rescue operations.
Whoa. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky spoke to the Lithuanian parliament today, warning that if Russia isn't stopped, the neighboring Baltic states could be next. Canada is leading a NATO mission inside one of those countries, Latvia. Briar Stewart shows us what they're training for.
Not far from the Baltic Sea, Canadian troops are in training. In this exercise, preparing for battle in urban environments. Around 700 Canadian troops are on the ground in Latvia, including a battery which arrived from Quebec at the end of March.
From Quebec?
We feel like we're important for once, like really doing the real thing, you know? So it's a nice experience, I'd say.
Oh boy.
Canada leads the multinational battle group here. Given the growing security threat next door, it's increased the number of troops and extended the mission indefinitely.
You can take seat here, and you have the position to observe around.
Master Corporal Josephat Nicholas Marshall arrived in December before the invasion.
We track what happened right now, and we try to train to be better. We never know.
Well, Canada has bolstered its presence in Latvia. NATO is calling for the country to spend more on defense. Canada still falls short of the target set by NATO, which is 2% of GDP.
And there's talk by NATO about the need to create
Sacrifice the French. No, we can't do that.
an even larger, longer-term presence in Eastern Europe. But in Adaji, the community which borders the base, not everyone
Operation Christa Tabernacle.
feels reassured. If there's an escalation of the fighting and NATO will at some point get involved, well, to have a base like this so close is not a plus, this woman said.
We are living too close, so if something will happen, we are the first one.
Right.
Still others believe an unprotected border is a bigger threat.
We are a neighbor country, and I mean, we could be included, I guess, in the war.
NATO and Canada are quick to stress this mission.
They're asking like a teenage or a young woman, like, so what are your thoughts on the war? I don't know.
Is about deterrence and growing at the request of the Latvian government.
Yeah, a bunch of Quebecers are part of the NATO force being deployed. So, yeah, Operation Christa Tabernacle is a go.
Now increasingly nervous, watching what's going on beyond its borders. Briar Stewart, CBC News, Adaji, Latvia.
Yeah, I bet people are nervous.
Well, this coming holiday weekend will be like none other during the pandemic. In most places, there are no restrictions to keep love.
I mean, it's a very different response from people in Ukraine, where they're like, "Yeah, I'm getting strapped right now. You know, I'm going to get my gun. It doesn't matter who you are. Like, everybody's starting to join the war effort. But if you're even just one country over, you might be able to have that distance, especially if you're young. Like,
will be like none other during the pandemic. In most places, there are no restrictions to keep loved ones apart.
Nice.
Easter 2 years ago, my parents waved at my kids through the window, and it was one of those heartbreaking moments.
Up next.
Hands up if you haven't seen family in forever.
The uncertainty Canadian families are still facing and what they're doing to keep themselves safe. Plus,
Many are planning to take rapid tests before gathering, but can you really trust the results?
There's also a massive scandal with this where the Ontario Premier was just giving all of the rats, the rapid antigen tests, to like private schools. Like in one case, giving like 30,000 of them to a school with like 300 people. It's like a massive shortage of these tests for public schools. Well, we found out why.
Expert advice coming up next.
It's like not even about common sense at this point. It's about like people who are purposely doing the wrong bad thing. Yeah, of course, Doug Ford. God damn
welcome back. For many Canadians, this coming weekend will be a real family affair. Easter, Passover, and Ramadan. People will be able to mark the holidays without COVID lockdowns for the first time in 3 long years.
Wow. Easter, Passover, and Ramadan. I mean, Ramadan's all month, so they're kind of in it right now. But yeah, like, damn, that's a really good point. 3 years?
That alone is something to celebrate. Although, with the 6th wave, uncertainty remains over how best to gather safely. As you'll see, different families have different approaches.
Are you going around the news? So we are sending our kids to school and preschool this week. We're not doing anything differently, and we're really looking forward to spending time with family this weekend. My name is Rena. I am based out of Toronto, Ontario, and I have 2 kids, 3 and 7 years old. This year is going to be a stark contrast from Easter 2 years ago. 2 years ago, my parents waved at my kids through the window, and it was one of those heartbreaking moments I know a lot of us have experienced. This year,
she's taking a
with
picture.
everyone in our family being back.
That grandma's trying to take a picture through a dirty pane of glass in broad daylight. Like, just, oh God, just enjoy the moment.
Vaccinated, us knowing who is seeing whom outside of our own family, and just being really like open with our communication, where we're excited to spend time with family. To be honest, I don't even know what the regulations are anymore. I've lost track.
And this much next to her is her granddaughter.
We're not doing anything that I consider high risk at this point. My 7-year-old, he wears a mask indoors right now, as do many of his classmates. They are? Yeah. And my 3-year-old, they still have mask mandates for their preschool because they're unable to get vaccinated. I also have decision fatigue, like many parents do. I still think to this day there is risk associated with every decision we make. Do we go to the zoo? Do we go to take the kids to a baseball game? Are we going to say yes to a birthday party? We're going to stick to seeing our family because that relationship is really important for my kids and for the mental and emotional health of the grandparents as well.
Okay, guys, time to get ready to go to school.
We have made the difficult decision to pull our children from in-person learning and move them to full-time remote learning for the rest of the year because we no longer feel that there are any reasonable community-level mitigations in Ontario at this point.
Fair.
My name is Mandy. I live in London, Ontario, and I have 3 children who are 7, 8, and 10 years old.
Aww.
In our home, I would say that we definitely feel abandoned by the provincial government and by the Chief Medical Officer of Health as well. We know that there is lots of evidence to support masking as an ongoing preventative measure. It's one of the easiest and most...
I don't think we can close the earth. I don't even know how we could. I think that was tried with China at the very outset. We're like, okay, China, we're just going to cut you off. And it was too little, too late, especially in America where Trump like didn't close off air travel for like a month. It turned out the virus actually came from Europe, last I remembered. So yeah, I don't know. It's got to go through the population, but you just got to slow it down. You can't destroy your medical establishment, your systems trying to handle this. I spent 6 hours playing Kingdom Hearts yesterday. I'm not doing much interacting with the world. Yeah. Fair enough. It's really hard to kind of like, oh wait, which Kingdom Hearts are you playing? I was really big into Kingdom Hearts, like the first and second one, even though it had a terrible plot and confusing story, but such good gameplay.
effective mitigations that we have, really. And so to decide to take them away as this wave is upon us and infecting so many more people, that to remove them is just unconscionable, I think.
Wow. Yeah, it's pretty astounding, because I think like this wave is actually going to be worse. The first one is so good. It's such a good. I'm preparing for the end, playing Dying Light 2. Jesus, this is morbid.
The situation that we're in our home right now, having the kids in remote learning while we work remotely as well, is absolutely not ideal.
Oh my god. Everybody's at home all the time. How do you not like lose your shit at the kids?
It is challenging and it's chaotic, and for at least one of our children, remote learning is absolutely not where they're most kind of engaged.
Get engaged with the TV screen, kids. My brother played them when we were young, but Mandela started it, so I bought the whole series. The whole community of streamers Paradigm exposed me to. Probably half of them are already into it or played them. Yeah, okay, that's pretty great. Yeah, it's definitely a great series.
If we had not made this decision, we would not make any plans to see family this weekend. And if our children were in school, then they would be essentially not just using, but exceeding what in our house we think is a reasonable amount of exposure. Yeah. What I'm
Seems like a lot of Canadians are like doing the whole risk assessment thing and really trying to find the path that makes the most sense for their family.
Hoping for going forward is that through advocacy that citizens like me can advocate for bringing back some of the protective measures that we know work.
Yikes.
So, folks,
can we maybe if I advocate, people will listen to doctors. No, I'm sorry, lady. People aren't listening to doctors, and it has nothing to do with your opinions or how reasonable it is. Like, that's not what it's about. I saw a liquor store employee's face for the first time. I was so surprised. Yeah. Oh man, that's gonna be a whole fucking thing, eh? Like rejigging your brain to like expect more of the face. Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely gonna keep wearing a mask. I don't think I've caught COVID yet. I'm like one of the rare people he was in the process of pulling his mask up, but he had a beer. I thought there was a study that came out that said we look more attractive with masks on. I don't know. I thought that was the case.
Right across the country are probably thinking now about how to prepare, right, for the upcoming holiday weekend. So we're going to bring in Dr. Peter Uni, the scientific director of the COVID-19 Science Advisory Table, to give us a little bit of perspective on this. So, Dr. Uni, the last time
he has a very Canadian shirt on. It's a plaid, it's a casual button down. You moved during a panini? You moved during a panini? That's an interesting turn of phrase. I've never heard that one before.
Sort of conversation was around Christmas time, and the advice then was, rapid tests before you see family members. Is that what people should be doing now?
Get the throat
Actually, before Christmas, I didn't say that anymore. Why? Because we already had Omicron now. So we need to be very careful with the rapid tests. Only if you test twice negative, within a time frame of 24 to 48 hours, you can be sure, okay, I'm not having an infection, including an asymptomatic infection. So that's one of the issues. And of course, the other issue is we're in a wave. We have really, again, high numbers right now, meaning be selective with your contact. So who do you see? How family one actually approached it, I felt this was completely okay. They're selective. They don't, go into high risk settings. In addition to that, you can use rapid tests, but be careful. Positives you can always believe. Negatives only if you do it twice and if you don't have symptoms.
Dr. Uni, let's talk about that last piece of the puzzle here. Can you explain what's happening with the tests? I think we've all heard stories of people who say, I am sick, I feel terrible, I keep testing negative. What's going on with this variant in the tests?
That's a good question.
Oh, absolutely. We have a problem with Omicron and probably also with BA2 that it seems to be less sensitive. Our daughter had COVID in class. She's symptomatic right now. She already has had 3 negative rapid tests. I don't believe it yet. I want to see a 4th one. We need to be very careful.
Crazy.
It's different now. It worked tremendously well with previous variants, not that much with Omicron. Therefore, just, take things with a grain of salt if the tests are negative and repeat.
And what is the story, if I may, with BA2? Again, anecdotally, we keep hearing that people are saying, You know, you get sicker faster with BA2. The symptoms show up faster. Is any of that true?
Well, what we see is with Omicron in general, BA1, BA2 or other subvariants, they are fast, but some people get sick only quite late in the process. So it's
Right.
you know, a high peak early, but then just a long tail to the right, which make things
Right,
very
that makes sense.
difficult. It's certainly so that if you you know, have had 3 days, 4 days after exposition plus 2 negative rapid tests, you could say, okay, probably it's okay, but again, make sure that you space these 2 rapid tests 24 hours.
It's like such a crazy calculation. I remember how difficult it was to do the test, like get the thing up your nose. You do it twice in a day. Like, oh, so good, so good.
And just out of curiosity, Dr. Uni, I mean, what is the trend that we're seeing when we do talk about these variants and subvariants? I'm talking about the BAs, but also XE, right? I mean, what is the
I've lost count. I've stopped following. Like once after Omicron, I have stopped paying attention to the different names. Is like all these different, like just 2 letters or something. Like it's been very hard to track.
Trajectory of COVID in Canada.
So everywhere, you know, what we see now is that variants will just continue to evolve or recombine, as we've seen it with XE, and only those that are more transmissible will remain successful. Everything else dies out, and we already have a tremendously transmissible virus with Omicron, BA1, and now BA2. XE is again a little bit more transmissible.
So wait, there's BA1, there's BA2, and now there's an X? The baby, she's 3, kept moving, so it hurt, and she didn't understand why it hurt, so that was rough. Wait, are you saying you have a kid, Lautard? You? I didn't know that. Daycare gave them rapid tests and told them how they work? Yeah, no, goddaughter. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, okay. I wasn't sure. Oh, jeez. It's new information.
Certainly so. What is also important just to
I don't know how you do stick a thing up a kid's nose. Stay still. No, stay still. I can't even clean glue off a kid's hands, much less put a bloody Q-tip up their nose.
Realize the virus doesn't care about severity, so it just will just point on transmissibility.
Whoa, go back. I didn't know that.
It's more transmissible, that's certainly so. What is also important just to realize, the virus doesn't care about severity. So it just will just point on transmissibility. And we will probably not see with XE that it will get much more severe based on that it's a recombination of 2 different Omicron variants, but we don't know yet, it's too early.
Okay, so I didn't know that. I didn't know that, like, just sucked watching her struggle through it. Yeah, because you can't like communicate exactly what's going on at all. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I had this conversation with a buddy the other day, and we were like struggling to, or at least I was struggling to understand whether viruses do skew towards more transmissible and less deadly, and like whether those two were like completely related. So as you got more transmissible, you got less deadly. And it seems like it doesn't matter. It's always trying to get more transmissible. Whether that means it's more deadly or not doesn't matter. But obviously if it's killing off the host, then it's less transmissible. So there is a certain like limit to that. So that's really interesting. I didn't know that before.
Peter Uni, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
And for other like and follow for other science facts. That's what you're here for.
Thanks a lot.
Well, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson has been fined for breaking pandemic restrictions, and the news isn't going over well with some.
To have a
Bojo's partying again. Bring your own booze.
Government treating us for fools, taking us for fools. We deserve better than this.
Coming up, the growing anger and the renewed calls for his resignation. But first.
From Kharkiv to Ottawa, a Ukrainian family fleeing the war and carving out a new path in Canada.
Bojo would never get it together.
Welcome
the walking
back.
disgrace.
The life of a refugee is a life severed. Ukrainians fleeing the war, often traumatically cut off from everything that was safe and familiar before. But for Ina Savska and her daughter Anna, Canada is more than just a refuge, it's a new home.
I really hope that, like, this framing of refugees carries on past the Ukraine war, like for the next decade or two, because Canada's probably got to become one of the refugee places of the world, seeing how much we've contributed to climate change, how many like climate refugees there's going to be. It's going to be pretty weird to watch us try to close this empathy gap here.
Linked to the one they've left behind.
Figure skating for me, it's my life.
Figure skating?
I feel like I'm at home. I'm in Nasavska. I'm with my daughter and with my mother, left Ukraine because of war. I live my happy life and I have my lovely job as a figure skating coach in Ukraine.
Oh my God.
I live with my husband and my daughter and my son, but my son Denis is living here for 1 year already. I'm really worried.
The music,
about
man. The music's like, I don't know if I can do this. I'm gonna skip this.
And
the music's killing me. It's like their home scene.
It's my responsibility.
Okay, and they're ice skaters. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. This is a sad day.
for TV.
You get your podcasts.
We lost a good one, everyone.
Might have to clean this up for TV.
Well, tributes are pouring in for the man behind that instantly recognizable voice. Comedy legend Gilbert Gottfried died after dealing with a long illness. Known for his caustic humor,
Sad.
Gottfried's career spanned decades. His last performance was in Canada about 2 weeks ago here in Toronto.
No
Gilbert
shit.
Gottfried was 67.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, how are you guys?
All right, good
to see you.
And actor Johnny Depp was in court today in Virginia for a lawsuit against
what?
his ex-wife, Amber Heard. Depp is suing Heard for $50 million US, claiming she defamed him in a 2018 op-ed about being a survivor of domestic abuse.
Right. That actually gets really interesting. There's like recordings and stuff. Like that's a rabbit hole if you want to go down something. The allegations against Johnny Depp and the counter allegations.
Is expected to last 6 weeks.
Now to the UK, where there are renewed calls for Prime Minister Boris Johnson to resign after police found he broke the law by attending a party during COVID lockdown. Ellen Morrow now on the Prime Minister's punishment and how the public is reacting.
I think we're going to watch an old Gilbert Gottfried clip. Just remember him.
Gilbert Gottfried. Gilbert Gottfried!
This was Hollywood Squares. Remember Hollywood Squares?
Gilbert, Playgirl magazine's clinical sexologist, says, I think we should be able to talk about sex the way we talk about what?
Soft-boiled eggs, because they both take under 3 minutes.
In 3 minutes?
No, I know this one because I posed for Playgirl. You don't actually see anything because my thumb was in the way. I'm going to say food.
I'll disagree. All right, now, Valerie going for a 5-square win here. Where are you going?
Gilbert Gottfried for the win.
Surprise. Okay.
For the win.
Gilbert, in a poll, 94% of Hungarians, compared to only 46% of Americans, said doing this was necessary to feel fulfilled. Doing what?
Seeing Wayne Newton live.
Wayne Newton?
Having a child.
I disagree.
You fool!
That is correct, David. David, Gilbert Gottfried. Gilbert Gottfried.
You fool!
All right, Gilbert. Here we go. This happened first season too, didn't it? When she heard that Phileas Fogg had done it in 80 days, journalist Nellie Bly beat him by doing it in 72 days. What did she do?
Get through to the cable company. No, I know this. this. Trust me. Trust me. This is rowing the Atlantic.
I'm gonna agree.
You fool!
Around the world in 72 days. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Gilbert Gottfried Show.
Got him. Got him good. Again.
Its French designer named it the Atom because of its small size and the explosive effect a woman would have when she wore it. Today, it's better known as...
It's in my pants!
But your thumb's covering it.
In fact, it's covering it right now. The tube top.
I agree.
You fool!
Oh, this is great. This is great. This is great. Oh my god.
It's the bikini. It's the bikini. So, David, back to you. Gilbert Gottfried.
Wow, he is carrying it so hard.
What significance does 1908 have if you were a Chicago Cubs fan?
That's the year you were in Chicago.
Boo.
Okay, it's the last perfect pitch game.
Ooh. I agree.
I'm gonna agree.
You fool!
Penn and Teller getting in on it. Amazing. Amazing.
It's the last time they won a World Series. So, Valerie, your turn.
Gilbert Gottfried for the win.
Come on. Get it, Queen.
Steve Austin. Steve Austin is a big, bad professional wrestler, fully known as...
Tubby.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I used to wrestle with Steve Austin.
Yo, how's it going, River? How you doing? We are watching a famous sequence with Gilbert Gottfried, who recently died, just to kind of remember him as the good comedian that he was.
The Crusher.
The Crusher.
I'll agree.
You fool!
Got him! Got him again. Should be Gilbert got him.
Steve Austin.
Stone Cold
Right,
Steve
Officer
Austin.
Dave.
How did you not know that?
Gottfried for the win. Gottfried for the win.
Nice.
By the way, if we run out of time during this or any other game, we're all going out for drinks. The word smog comes from what two words?
Smelly fog.
That sounds about right.
No, it's...
How is Canada like? I mean, Canada's doing okay. We seem to be a bastion of sanity looking down south at America that is just outlawing abortion willy-nilly. So it's looking pretty cozy up here.
Smoke and fog.
Smoke and fog.
You gotta agree.
I'm gonna agree. Smoke and fog!
Oh, he did it. He did it. What a long sequence. Wow, that was like 4 or 5. That was great. That was really funny. All right. We were kind of catching up on Canadian news. Mostly the talk of the town is mask mandates. Our Ontario Premier, Doug Ford, gave rats to private schools. This was the big scandal. Let's see here. Private schools, that's from September though. Yeah, here we go. Public schools have never been a priority for the Ford Conservatives other than for cuts. The fact they handed private schools 175,000 free rapid antigen tests last fall. Oh shit, yo! Woo, what up? Let's go! We got ourselves a raid. Oh, my boy Heem. Yo, you coming in again. How you doing? Everybody, how's it going? Howdy doody. I'm Be Weird. Yo, I'm so inspired by by him who's like doing the morning grind. And so I'm another one of those guys, man. Just like chill, killing it. Thanks so much for the raid and the follow. Sinus Streams, Black Mufu, Tyler, how you doing? How you been? Yo, it's been a crazy news day. And I'm like done school, man. I'm like actually through the clear. It's been a crazy, insane process. Yo, the follows keep pouring through. Eldar Knock, how you doing? Yeah, I'm hoping this summer's gonna be a good one. Things are going crazy. Yeah, thanks again, Heem. How you doing? How was your stream, man? I'm glad you made it back. You had a hiatus. You're putting out some crazy good content and like videos and stuff. Yo, I'd love to see it. I just got clapped by YouTube hard, and I think it was because I watched like a shoe on head video and like maybe used the C word, or did it say the C word's bad? And not the misogynistic one. No, not that one. The one against white people. So that's the problem right now. Yo, thanks Kanush for the follow. We're checking up on the news. We kind of got through a lot of the content, and so we're actually turning our eye to Canada. Can you imagine it? Canadian news. Oh my God. But yes, Canadian news can be entertaining sometimes. In this case, we're laughing at the ridiculous. Oh, of course, I know he is Canadian, but Canadian news, it's a tough sell sometimes. We're kind of a generally sane country. You got to kind of start. I mean, you know, like so much of content nowadays is about like the attention economy. It's about outrage. It's about triggering emotional like responses out of people. So like, yeah, Canadian news can sometimes just be like, and in other news, Parliament formed a majority government when the two left parties made a very normal and standard agreement. Ike Sanders, last 4 words in American, ego. I can kick Conan, the last 4 words in Republican, hoggers. I can American, the last 4 words in Democrats, retro. Oh my God, this is a ridiculous comment. I'm actually currently trying to work on a song called Canada Truck Yeah, and it's gonna be like America Fuck Yeah, but like of course a bunch of Canadian jokes and memes and whatever. It's on guitar, but I need like a backup vocalist to kind of do the Truck Yeah, Canada Truck Yeah. You know, you got like the backup singers, Truck Yeah, doing harmony or whatever. A moose is loose in Portage la Prairie? Okay, I take it back. I take it back. Canadian news is amazing. One of our viewers, longtime viewers, Loud Tyrant Youth, was telling me about... Wait, I don't believe you at all. Is there like... Is there actually... No, this is 2017. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull that up. But yeah, one of my viewers, Loud Tyrant Youth, was telling me about hitting a deer. And this sounds like it's in Sudbury.
Judith Sear is a resident in the area.
And it made me remember the time my stepdad hit a moose, and like he was in a cube van, thank goodness, so he survived, but otherwise like boof, game over. Like moose are the real deal. You hit that, it's game over.
And she has spotted a young moose on multiple occasions over the past few months, and she is concerned for its safety.
People pet her. They're feeding her the wrong foods. One fellow was feeding her apples, which is very bad for a moose's digestive system.
I love that this woman knows that.
Only eats specific things in the winter, and people don't know this. She has no fear of cars, no fear of humans. She'll stand in the middle of the road when cars drive by her. I mean, it's not a good situation at all.
The OPP say wild animals, including moose, are very unpredictable, and they are advising people to avoid them.
We ask motorists to avoid them when they're on the side of the highway, and if they approach the highway, especially the larger mammals, to slow down, keep your distance, put your hazard lights on, and just allow them to cross the highway.
Moose crossing. Yeah, I mean, it is extremely dangerous. I've driven a lot on northern roads, and I've seen moose. I remember this one time I was in a karate tournament. Meese are no joke. That's not a word. You get out of here with your made-up English. You're just kidding about the portage thing. There's one loose here in Calgary. I mean, literally, rabid wombat. I get that you're joking. I understand that you're joking, but this story is like a week old. It's in a totally different spot. in Northern Ontario, but like absolutely is something that happened. Where's the date on this thing? Yeah, there was a time I went to Wawa on a tournament. Oh, I forgot to switch screens. There's a time I went to Wawa on a tournament, and we saw, I kid you not, like 6 to 12 moose. I think it was like 10. I just remember because we were driving really long, really late. It was like pitch black. The bus driver was doing like 60 kilometers, and we kept coming across moose. And the road from Wawa east is like all turny, and you're in a pine forest going up and down. And we would come over the rise, and another car would be coming, like silhouetting the moose on the top of the hill. It's like one of my strongest, clearest memory, like leaning in from the side, like in the aisle. And yeah, it's like a whole nother beast. You really can't fuck around. But okay, let's get back to where we were. We were looking at this is amazing. Where did I have it? Public schools. This is about Doug Ford, because I know there's a huge election coming up in Ontario, and people want to try to get Ford out of office, considering the crazy shit he's done. And if you don't know what crazy shit he's done, oh boy, let me tell you. But here we go. Public schools have never been a priority for the Ford Conservatives other than for cuts. The fact they handed private schools 175,000 free rapid antigen tests last fall while telling public school students and parents no is unforgivable. This is wild to me. Look at this chart, chat. It's bonkers. How could you do this? Like, actually give more to private schools than EMS or paramedics, childcare, jails, and shelters combined. Like, what are you doing? From November 2020 to September 2021, so height of the pandemic, not only did you hear about his brother smoking crack while the mayor? Yeah, Philomath, Mike. Like that's a thing. Yo, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. That stuff was pretty crazy. The big news with this guy is I think it was like he spent 10%. It's like the lowest budget he's ever spent. Like 10% of the whole budget didn't get spent. Like during the height of pandemic. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, Ontario, stop electing. The problem I have is that a lot of my people come from Northern Ontario, and sort of the dynamic there is the rural areas are shut out of the political system because they're too small, they're too sparse to really have any real political power. So all of our issues are decided by the South, and the South leans conservative because it's like the business elite, and they're all a bunch of fucking rejects. Like, they do such ridiculous things. Oh, how's it going, Ricky the Great? Is that like Ricky from Trailer Park Boys? Okay, so that was the news with Sudbury. I'm also trying to pull up. There was a clip of Gilbert Gottfried, who used to. Yeah, I'm having a hard time pulling it up. He used to like be asked to record things. And he could like roast people. So let's see. I think we have him singing Wet Ass Pussy.
Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy.
Let's go.
Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy.
Come on.
Give me everything
Let's go.
You got for this wet ass
Holy shit.
pussy. Speed it up, catch a charge, extra large
Full send.
and extra hard. Put this pussy right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I wanna ride. I do a Kegel while it's inside.
Damn.
Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This pussy is wet. Come take a dive. Tie me up like I'm surprised. Let's role play out there in the sky.
Jesus.
I want you to park that Big Mac truck right in its little garage. Make it
His cadence is just absolutely whack. This is so ridiculous.
scream. Make it scream. Out in public, make a scene. I don't cook. I I don't clean, but let me tell you how I got this ring.
Yo, come on, Gottfried fucking crushed it. Now, do you think it's better or worse than Ben Shapiro? Let's go.
In this house, there's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Okay, Ben.
There's some
what do you got?
whores in this house. I said certified freak.
Yeah.
7 days a week.
Okay.
Wet ass P word. Make that pull-out game weak.
Weak.
Yeah, you effing with some wet ass P word. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass P word. Give me everything you've got for this wet ass P word. Beat it up, N word, catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this P word right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I wanna ride. I do a kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This P word is wet, come take a dive. And continue along these lines. And it gets significantly more vulgar. Like a lot more vulgar.
Amazing. Make that pull-out game weak. It took me, honestly, I swear to goodness, months to understand that. Because you would hear it from like, I can't remember if it's, what's his name? Lucid Fox, who has it as one of his follows or whatever. And it's exactly this Ben Shapiro, Shabibo, singing that wet ass. Oh, it's got to be edited. Oh, Gottfried is going full send. Gottfried is just fucking... That's why it's amazing to watch him do it. He's just, like, actually yelling.
Give me everything!
Give me... Like, he's fucking full into it. But, yeah, I don't know what you mean by heme negativity year. Why would we be negative towards heme? He's so wholesome. He's so wholesome, everybody. So yeah, that's kind of where my head's been at. It's kind of sad. He was really great. He also used to do like requests where you could send in a request and he would like fulfill it. So apparently this went viral just recently, and he roasted me on my birthday. So this should be good.
Hi, this is Gilbert Gottfried, and this is to Steve, and it's from Jay and Pete. Well, first of all, happy birthday. No one knows your age exactly, but they say you don't look a day over 58. Well, maybe mid-60s the most. Okay, early 70s, but a really bad early 70s. Like the kind of early 70s where you didn't take care of your health at all, and you got run over by a truck, or at least 12 trucks. But other than that, you look terrific. You look great. If you were 100, you'd be a bad 100.
Oh,
but
damn.
Happy 30-something. And now, also, Steve, you like WWE. It seems right up to your mental abilities. It makes sense, because that's all true. Those fights are not prearranged.
Yeah, this is absolutely iconic. It was very weird at the time. Like, I remember coming across these clips and just being like, okay, that's cool. That's cool. It definitely humanizes him, makes him feel less like some elite Hollywood star that like I only kind of recognize because his voice is blasted, through the media in excess. Mostly because he's a great career. But yeah, at the time it was really weird. In retrospect, it looks kind of amazing and ridiculous. Yeah, thanks for the follow, Ricky the Great.
And now your socks are upside down. But then that's fine, because socks have so many angles and are so difficult to operate. You need the instructions with them. And you never tie your shoes. Well, you should tie your shoes. Because those...
Like, what is he even talking about? What's the dig?
Strings on your shoes, they're called ties for a reason. You tie the ties, you get it? And now you lost your vape pens and Tums, and I don't know which one's more dangerous. But keep vaping. Don't trust what any doctor. Those doctors are full of shit when they say that every one of their patients has died who's vaped. And it's a much worse death than cigarettes.
What is this?
That's a lie. What do they know? They just have medical degrees. Fuck them. Happy birthday to you.
Wow,
Happy
wild.
birthday
Absolutely
to
wild.
you. Happy birthday, dear
Okay.
Steve. Happy birthday to you. Oh, also, if you want something to go along with your vape, crystal meth. That's very healthy. It's gluten-free.
Nice. Yo, gluten-free crystal meth. They're making that nowadays. Yo, we've really come a long way. I remember when like it was just called smack, and you were arrested and put in jail for decades of your life, separating you from your kids, and causing generational trauma. But now it's gluten-free, so I can watch my figure. Nice, awesome. That's really cool. Now compare Gilbert Gottfried with this classic.
Imagine there's no heaven.
Oh, doesn't it take you back?
Easy if you
Doesn't it take you back,
try.
everybody? Remember when this happened? All right, what do we got here? I am not a possum. It's definitely going to be better than what we were just.
Hello,
Oh,
I'm
God.
Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh God, no.
I hope you enjoyed Hassan Positivity Week. I didn't, and now it's over. Get ready for Hassan Negativity Year.
Nice.
You moron fuck. You thought it was bad before. Go vegan, you fake leftist grifter.
Oh, God,
you have
Ostenox.
no excuse. You're just
Jesus.
a pussy. Fuck you. Subscribe to Ostenox.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Yeah. Ostenox is definitely one of the good ones.
This is just a normal.
Let's see if he actually does anything in 2 minutes.
Free flow conversation. I don't have like things that I want to get to. I don't have any like information that I want to draw out of you.
I actually have no idea.
This was like such a cringe moment. I was watching this live and just being like, who talks like this? Who talks like this? Like, it's such a bizarre way to communicate with someone who's like in the room right there with you. Like, yeah, I'm not trying to like extract any information from you. Wait, what? Aren't we trying to share our experiences?
Idea why I'm here or what this is.
Here's the thing. This is not an interview. Like, we're not having like a Hot Ones style interview here, okay?
Yeah.
You're taller than I thought you were going to be. How tall are you?
I'm like 5'5", 5'6". Most people.
Stand up.
Damn.
Speak into the microphone. Want something to drink, by the way? Do either of you guys want something to drink? I have like...
I love how Ostenox is just packaging the cringe and like just building a career off of Hassan's bad takes.
Diet Mountain Dew, 0 sugar.
Jesus Christ.
Speak into the microphone.
Some music or something? It's just like the silence.
I literally never listen to music.
What?
Oh.
Well, if the music...
Can
the
we play
music...
some elevator music or something?
She's like clearly anxious.
How are you handling this?
Yeah. I didn't know you were pregnant. Okay, so you're a crypto bro?
I'm not a crypto bro.
What the fuck is
I guess you're a bit-
happening? No wonder she didn't want to come back. Jesus.
Bit of a normie.
My take is that fuck your dog. I haven't seen a dog in just
You're worse than me at ADHD shit.
most things.
Wow. He just like leads in every time.
Exist in science fiction before they exist in the real world.
Like Scientology. I mean, yeah. L. Ron Hubbard was...
Okay. Uh-huh. Okay.
John Ox. Yeah, I do
What?
want to actually ask.
What, Hostenox, you mean?
Hostenox?
Oh my God!
what's
Wait,
the
hold
deal with
on.
that?
It's an editor that is like
Can we
been able to recreate my voice.
Can we?
Yes. I don't know if you guys have seen that video, but him recreating Hassan's voice is top tier content. It is so... It's part of what I love about Twitch is just the feverish like content creation aspect of it. Like, it doesn't matter, like the content that's created doesn't matter so much as what you can create from that content, what you can then splice into meta or drama or into like a larger like cultural trend. Like, how long can you meme on a subject? And that's why I have so much respect for Austin Knox, like just being able to find his niche and then just keep hammering home, into the point where Hassan like very clearly is aware of him.
Can we really not put on some music, like some elevator music?
Speak
Like-
into the microphone. God. Wait,
Jesus.
hold on. It's an editor that is
Actually?
like
Can we
been able to recreate my voice.
Can we really not put on some music, like some elevator
She's like so clearly frustrated.
music?
Speak
Like-
into the microphone. God.
Speaking into the microphone.
Fucking wreck you in the marketplace of ideas.
I think we could actually have a really good rational debate and come.
No. I hate debates.
Okay. Wow, that is just this has obviously been edited to shit, but I don't know. I remember feeling pretty cringe in the moment.
Debates. What?
What even is this? She's so nice. This is the nicest daughter I've ever met.
What even is this? Holy fucking shit.
Look at you.
Speak into the microphone. I got some crystals. I got this
Yeah,
one.
I think Austin Knox added that one.
This is skull.
I don't know what any of this shit is. I've been like, that's cool. I've been like, how do you live like this? This is fucked.
Okay.
Oh.
This is not good for your mental health, dude.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh,
you hear that? You hear that, everybody? You're probably not good for my mental health. Probably not good.
You play Elden Ring?
You got to speak directly into the microphone.
Good God, fuck you.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like Hassan's really uncomfortable to be around. He's just like hilariously socially awkward.
Audible.com presents 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh, I don't think we can watch this just because it's gonna get clapped. I was wondering if we could try watching. If you have heard the aristocrats joke, this is probably something I can't put on stream, but we'll see how far we can get.
I've been covering the Friars Roast,
what the
and
fuck
this
is
year I wrote about Gilbert Gottfried's take on.
Yeah.
And he said,
Okay. A man, a talent agent is sitting.
Okay, this is like an extremely famous joke. If you've never heard of the aristocrats, there's quite literally an entire. Oh yeah, so I won't be able to actually. Yeah, you're right. I'll probably get in trouble. God damn it, I hate YouTube sometimes. YouTube's really hard to like stream to. Twitch, it's pretty chill, but YouTube, it's always like, we see that you are covering the attempted insurrection of the U.S. government. Sounds like you're pro-insurrection. It's like, no, what do you, no, please no. So yeah, I don't know. Apparently Amaranth has announced her retirement. Is that true? No. End of an era. Wait, what? End of an era. It's time to stop being an e-girl cold turkey and quit OnlyFans in June. Going all out till then, we'll go out with a bang. Grand finale. That moment in the roast where he tells that joke is one of the greatest moments in comedy. I know, that's why I wanted to watch it, but I did literally just get clapped by YouTube like the other day. So let's try to go a week without getting in trouble. First up, I just made $350,000 to $400,000 investment in content on Twitch. You are all invited. We'll announce at end of week. I'm confused. What do you mean? You just made almost $500,000 investment in content on Twitch? What does that mean? Oh, because of how much money she's been making from OnlyFans? Damn. Outcome is binary. Either it works or it doesn't. We're all in. I've often talked about a career pivot, but I've sort of been picking my spot, investing, accruing capital, and deploying it when opportunities make sense. This is the first time I put considerable real-time, muscle, and dinero behind the efforts. I'm making a big investment in content that's different than anything I've ever made. We're moving influencer and creator economy into what is traditionally the domain and competency of legacy media. Big fixed costs, big risk, and, time to nut up or shut up, bigger budgets forthcoming. This is only the beginning, or the beginning of the end of me disappearing from online. Who's got my back? I've actually never watched an Amaranth stream like this. Technically. All right, sure. Oh, wow, lol, rip is over 50%, Jesus. Also, if any creators are interested in learning very casually and broadly about the tax efficient stuff I've been doing around buying partially and wholly owned businesses, give me a holler. Lots of interesting incentives roll off this year, and there might be a ton of opportunity around economic dislocation vis-a-vis inflation, stocks drawing down, and financing becoming harder to obtain or expensive due to interest rates. You know where I get my stock tips? OnlyFans. What's the meme? When you start getting your stock tips from OnlyFans or e-girls, it might, I think it's because the economy is about to collapse. Diversifying a bit away from your bread and butter is cool. I wouldn't know. I'm not a financial advisor. It's amazing that she gets that in there in the brackets. Let me know if you'd like an intro. For everyone else, I bet there's a cost. For everyone else who read this far, I said I'm retiring forever from e-girling soon, but not yet. Huge 605 discount. I mean, yo, get it, girl. You go get it. Good for you. I mean, sure. Sounds like a big play. I'm particularly interested in her because she's like clearly the most business savvy. I think she's like the how do you say the oh god, I'm forgetting her name. The Pokimane of e-girls. She's just like, she's actually good at business. I don't know if you remember the Pokimane like Valerie, or like what's her name, Valerie, or that arc where she like put out a new product line and it just like exploded in her face. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Okay, so we can't actually dig into Gilbert Gottfried as much as I had hoped. For, which is a bit unfortunate. So maybe let's check out what happened with the NYC shooting and see if there's any info on that. We kind of skipped it earlier because there's like blood. Maybe there's more news that isn't focused on, you know, the carnage. That would be nice. But yeah, the upshot is that there was a mass shooting in the subway in New York. Yo, thanks for the follow. Oh, I appreciate it. I'm not a possum. What about that follow? Isn't it sweet? Animation? We recorded that during the winter. I should be doing a bunch of recording this summer for a music video, fingers crossed. We'll see how that plays out.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Jesse Kerr. She's outside NYU Langone Hospital in Brooklyn. And Jesse, the shooting taking place during the morning rush hour commute, parents taking their kids to school, workers getting off to their jobs, a mad rush to get off that train and out of the station. And some of those victims were actually taken to NYU, that hospital where you are. What do you know about the victims and how they're doing at this hour?
Yeah, Vicky, we actually have an updated...
Almost 7. I should go to sleep. Oh, you've been up all? Oh, yo, you have a good sleep. I'm not a possum. Draw those blinds. Get some good Zeds, as we call them here in Canada. Have a good one.
Victim count here at NYU Langone alone in Brooklyn. Officials from the hospital tell us they have treated 21 people.
Yo.
Now that is compared to the 16 injured that the mayor just shared a short time ago with Hallie Jackson on MSNBC. So that gives you a sense of how fluid this situation is, that we're getting a higher victim count here at the hospital than what the mayor is saying overall. And we know that people are taken to...
Oh, wow, that's an interesting point.
Multiple medical facilities.
Right.
Everyone who is treated here, we're told, is in stable condition. 10 of those victims have already been released as well. And the injuries range from smoke inhalation up to and including some people who have had gunshot wounds amongst those who were shot at the scene.
Yeah, that was what was so crazy about the footage, is that there's just like a bunch of smoke pouring out from the subway, like people rushing to get out. Like, from what I understand, the suspect like threw tear gas and like had a gas mask on.
But again, we're told 10 people
Wild.
have already been released from the hospital. 11 of them are still being treated here. And we also know from the hospital that some family members have come to be with their loved ones here.
And so far, thankfully, Jesse, no fatalities. Can you tell us what you know about the ongoing investigation at this point? We know that certain items were left behind by the gunman. We're hearing the gas mask, the gun he actually used. So talk to us about how that could really help them more quickly identify who this was.
Yeah, law enforcement sources telling NBC News that police found at the scene what they believe to be the shooter's gun, a bag with smoke canisters and fireworks. They also, according to officials, did not find gasoline cans. There were some reports about the smell of gasoline, so making clear that there were not...
That's a scary picture. Like the I think those are explosives.
Gasoline cans found. We also know that the mayor just talked about this a short time ago as well. There appears to have been some kind of issue with surveillance video at the train station, perhaps on the train. So that may be getting in the way of the investigation on some level. But we also know
The subways are so shitty; they don't have surveillance, and yikes.
authorities are looking for a vehicle at this point, which they believe to have been tied to this incident. And obviously, there's a lot of scrutiny around the subway, around crime in cities across the country, but certainly here in New York in the subway, there have been multiple high-profile incidents recently. And so you can imagine authorities are really trying to rush to apprehend whoever's responsible for this. But it sounds like there are some issues tied to the fact that they don't have as much evidence to be going off of as they would like because of that video issue.
Jesse, for people who are just picking up on this news right now, we've been seeing some of the images, the user-generated video, right, of people just rolling on their phones as this was unfolding. How are witnesses describing the chaos of this morning and what they saw?
Yeah, I mean, and Vicky, when
No, I
we
keep
look at
covering his
these
face.
images, right?
Damn.
I mean, a hazy scene on a New York subway tunnel, blood, people
Yeah, don't show
clearly
the blood.
grabbing at wounds with those dark red patches on their clothing. It's shocking to see in a very busy metropolitan train system, and to understand this was happening.
Yeah, and I've been on New York subway a few times, and it's in absolute disrepair. It's like really loud. I remember getting stuck on the bridge like at least more than once. It's like I can't wait to go again. I love New York City. Got a lot of cool friends there, but it's a fucking disaster, their subway system.
Around 8:30 in the morning, we're told. That's during the morning rush hour. Lots of people utilize the subway in New York. It is a crucial form of transportation for so many people. Kids would have been going to school. I talked to some teenagers who say they were on their way on another train on their way to school this morning when this all unfolded and had to get off at a separate station because of what unfolded. Thankfully, they are okay, but there could have been countless children. There could have been countless people going to work. That train was heading uptown from Brooklyn into Manhattan and would have been going right into the heart of Midtown, where so many people work, and even as we're still in the middle of the pandemic and so many people still work from home, you can imagine there would have been many people heading into the office at that hour. One person who went...
From what I understand, like people still ended up having to go into the office. Like people still ended up taking the metro. I think the post that went around was like, wow, New York people sure are built differently. And someone's like, no, we don't have a choice. Like things are so hard here. So like economically impossible. We got to go ride that train, even though there was a mass shooting on it like just an hour ago.
This all unfolding, called it like a horror show. We wanted to listen into what some people who were witnessing this violence this morning had to say for themselves. Here's what they said.
Well, I was on the level above the platform. I wasn't on the platform itself. What I saw was a young guy run up to the station booth, and he was bleeding from the legs.
Man, what a crazy scene.
I think it seemed like his pants were down, and he was tending to his wounds. But otherwise, he seemed like he was, it seemed like he was okay. I mean, I'm hoping he's all right. And then he was essentially just alerting people to what happened. He was saying,
a lot of people.
There's been people injured, they're bleeding. You think of this neighborhood as being a little out of the way, so, and I didn't know anything about this. I've only been learning bits and pieces as I've been talking to reporters, basically. So, to find out that this was some kind of mass shooting event just feels like a real shock. It's not where you would expect someone to be trying to make a big scene like that. Maybe, certainly there could be an incident, but...
Okay, I think we're going to sleep on this. I'm going to clear out these sources. Reminder that Oklahoma Republicans passed a law forcing a woman to have a rapist baby. Just reminder about that, because that's where we started. There's a whole arc I completely slept on, and I wanted to look into it, and it was the Noah Samson video that was going around? Like this whole beef. I've completely missed this. I have no idea what's going on, but I thought this would be a good place. Yeah, it's this one, solving the debate bro problem. apparently this video got like a bunch of pushback because there was stuff that was wrong about it, and Vosh like whatever, and then this video comes out, and now I'm interested because Noah Samson like did mea culpa, like I fucked up, and now he's got another video following up, so it sounds like he was none too happy with how it played out. So I think it's a really fun way I was just want to say, I think it's a really good place to get into the drama. Could not be more apropos. Content creator ethics, everybody. The thumbnail is a necessary evil.
Michael Scope. Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. How's it going? I hope you're doing well.
Whatever this guy's opinions are, like I'm sure I'll disagree or agree in different places, his editing is fucking top notch. I'm always constantly impressed by his editing style. It is very well done.
Check out how green everything is. Check out how green all that stuff is. Check out how green everything is.
He doesn't need a green screen when you got vegetation.
Check out how green all that stuff is. So, a little while ago, I released a video called Solving the Debate Bro Problem. This video set out to criticize two left-leaning political live streamers, Vosh and Xanderhall, for behavior that I found problematic.
Now, I have literally watched less than 1 hour of either of these content creators. That's how much of a fucking boomer I am. I'm like sleeping on so much content.
A few different examples. So Vosh's interaction with the smaller video essayist Professor Flowers, Xanderhall's video that was critical of myself and some other lefty content creators, and various elements of their respective communities' behavior. After the video's release, Vosh and Xanderhall both reacted to it live on their streams in videos that have since been uploaded to YouTube. They had many criticisms. I went on to Vosh's stream to talk with him about some of those criticisms. Vosh also released another video on the subject titled Solving the Video Essayist Problem, which
That's kind of funny. It's kind of like a direct response. I'm curious how that live stream played out.
Which was critical of my video's argumentation or lack thereof. Some say that, not me though. I would never say that. I've linked all of those in the description if you're sort of a creep that wants to watch all that stuff. The video's reception was, well, divisive might be the right word.
When are leftists gonna stop with the circular firing squads and just learn to love one another?
The one
live streamers can debate and make cogent arguments, and video essayists might need that sort of distance in order to get their thoughts in order and form more clearly constructed essays. I mean, they're both valid. Maybe what's going on, everybody?
And you had a lot of people who understood where I was coming from, who empathized with my frustrations about.
Yeah, that's how I knew it was a leftist. He was fighting another leftist. Classic.
These spaces, or just were able to have a laugh at the way I went about highlighting them. Vine boom sound. Vine boom sound. Vine boom sound. Vine boom. On the other hand, though, a lot of people did
Vine
sound.
boom sound.
Vine boom sound. Vine boom. On the other hand, though,
yeah, every conservative is a leftist. Yeah.
A lot of people didn't like the video. This dislike ranged from, hey man, normally like your videos, but this one was a miss. This wasn't it, Chief. Mr. Chief, this was not it. Mr. Chief. Halo 7. Marriage, all the way to this is the worst video essay of all time that should be wiped clean from the internet along with your channel. The latter response was,
people are taking themselves way too fucking seriously. Like, they are just going way too hard on the whole, like, this stuff matters. This is commentary. This is entertainment, everybody. Like, I know people like have their careers built off of it, and that's kind of their problem, and so their reputation really does matter. But at the end of the day, like, this is not like UN talks or something. This is not like deeply impactful stuff. It's like rain into the ocean. You know, the ocean will still move. The culture that we all live in, which is the ocean, will still move, and commentary and all this opinion stuff, video essays, is just rain on the ocean. It's just mildly affecting the top of it.
Basically the takeaway from the streamers themselves.
I am not joking when I say to all of you with full sincerity that this is quite possibly the worst takedown I've seen.
It's really disappointing how much of the online left can be convinced by such stupid arguments if they're said by somebody with a nice mustache and some bisexual lighting and the
I mean, my guy.
Lo-fi chill music.
Wait, my guy. That's like 85% of content creators.
background.
Vosh at one point even offered me a cash reward of double the video's ad revenue to take it down.
If Noah Samson deletes the video and publicly retracts the information within, then he can screenshot the AdSense info within it, and I will give him money so that he doesn't lose a cent from deleting it. I'll double it.
So whoa, why bisexual lighting? Yeah, Stool Chief. That's like you know, you get those. I actually have them. I just kind of broke my home assistant that runs it, the Raspberry Pi. But it's when you've seen it. It's the chroma lights. It's where you got like the RGB lighting. I'm kind of going for the Montreal vibe, which is like bright and sunny and plants and art and like piano. So it feels like you're just kind of hanging out with me in my room, like no filters. But one way to make like a really lovely mood scene, especially if it's like darker, is to have like some sick lights in the corners. They put some blues, some purples, some greens. It looks really lovely. But yeah, I guess that's bisexual lighting.
I took it down. I got the money and then I put the video back up. I plan on doing that a few hundred more times. Boss just keeps paying me. Unlimited money glitch. Mother load. Just kidding. That whole thing was a joke. I can't take money from the CIA. I still use TurboTax. It would be a mess. But okay, why are we here today, Noah? Why are we talking about your last video? Grow up. Move on. Well, I want to talk today about what I experienced in the aftermath of making it. I want to do this because after I released the video, frankly, some weird stuff happened. And
part of what I'm interested in, like I want to try to get in on this video essay game. The first one I wanted to write that I thought might be really interesting was, you remember r/place? Does everybody remember that? I know it happened not too long ago, but you know, things go down the memory hole and we forget about them. But I thought this was really cool. And I could just talk about this for days. So I thought it'd be a good thing to discuss like in video essay format. And I'm still trying to working out what the thrust of the argument is. But it's like, one, this is like those Buddhist mandalas that you see where you create art only for it to get destroyed. To sort of like emphasize how ephemeral things are. And also like what a new organizing principle for people nowadays. Like we talk about how everybody's got to have their own personal brand, and now it seems that your personal brand is meaningless unless you also have community support, unless you have like people who are watching that you can like direct, who trust you enough to like go create some art, or you know, go spam a poll or whatever. And I think that's really something new and different. Like I spend a lot of time with like educators who are older than me, and they have a different view of the internet, and I think like certain things are starting to emerge out of the internet that are changing how our society organizes itself. And that's fascinating to me. I think it's really wild and interesting how this one artifact, this one object, piece of art, like synthesizes, you know, tens of thousands of cultures. There's really a lot happening here. And yeah, I think that's kind of where my first video essay would head towards. I think that would be a nice contribution. It would be a retrospective and very much like, yay, art and culture, and what's next? You know, where is the internet headed? Because I only see more of this. I think people got this. They were fascinated by it. It was way bigger than it was 5 years ago. And it's going to come back with a vengeance in 1 year or 5, whatever they decide. And I can only see this trend continuing. So I kind of want to like speak on it and try to like think about it from a Buddhist perspective, just because there's such a relationship going on here between this and those Buddhist sand mandalas from like Tibet. These things, I'm sure you've seen them. You can even watch like a video. No, we're not shopping for. You can buy them? What the fuck? Why would you buy it? Why would you ever? No, I want to go to videos. Yeah, these things are really interesting. Made in a week, swept away in a minute. Right? Skip ahead. You get to like this beautiful piece of art, and there's like all this labor that's put into it. It takes a really long time. It's like making a single pixel, right? Like you have to put in all this effort. It's painfully slow, just like the 5-minute limiter on r/place. And then at the end, like it all gets absolutely destroyed. And I think that's the key difference. Like, that's what makes this really spiritually wholesome. All the sand gets put into a jar and it turns gray, right? And everybody gets a bit of the gray sand, and I guess you put it on your hair, in your head. And that's very much like dust to dust. But the difference with place is that I can go back to it, right? Like, I can just go back to it and look at it and actually scrub through time. So this is very different. So I love the similarities and differences happening on here. Sorry, it's a really long tangent. I'm just like very inspired by it. An old graffiti movie where one of the characters' friends mentoring him does these by hand with no tools. Nice, nice.
Some bad stuff happened, and I want to talk about that and connect the weird, bad stuff to the experiences of other people. I want to outline how this happens, what the backlash from debate streaming communities looks like, what's at stake for some of the people who experience it, and maybe what can be done about it, eventually. Probably not today, but someday. So yeah, super vague, but I will get into it. Right after, we quickly take a moment of silence for all those lives lost during that one thing. And then we take a moment to thank the sponsor of today's video, Casetify. If you like having a phone that isn't all fucked up and gross and weird, then you're gonna love Casetify. These phone cases are the bee's knees.
Wait,
Casetify's new line of impact and ultra.
Don't do this to me, Noah. This is the economy. I mean, these are the things you see at like bodegas and like, you know, like you walk through the metro. You find these everywhere.
With their case to make sure my phone after phone so you can call your family or something, I don't know. Okay, back to the video now. All right, so after all of the events that I went over, which was my video, the responses, the debate, and the other content, I started seeing one comment pop up in different places on the web. The comment says that basically in my conversation with Vosh, I walked back my entire video, admitted to it being full of lies and misinformation, and should therefore delete the video. I've received versions of this comment hundreds of times, maybe thousands at this point if we're counting tweets, from not only fans of these creators, but from the creators themselves. So if we're counting tweets from not
fan wanted to defend him, putting up the things, yada yada yada, misinformation. Looks like a comment I'd see from the fans of a conservative YouTuber. Telling namely that this isn't about finding good points or listening to the marginalized, but lunch table politics and deciding which online cliques you want to attack and defend.
Not only fans of these creators, but from the creators themselves. So is this what happened? Did I walk back my video in the debate? And at first, I wasn't sure, so I watched it.
This is very much like high school, like drama politics. Like, she said this, and then he said that. It's like, oh god, oh god.
Back, only to discover that, no, this did not happen. In my conversation with Vosh, I conceded 3 points, and none of these points stand in the way of my video's main arguments. The driving issues behind my video, the reasons why I made it, were Vosh's treatment of Professor Flowers and Zanderhal's problematic language. The 3 points that I conceded in the debate had nothing to do with these. It has been a little while, so if your memory's a little hazy on it, I encourage you, go back and watch the debate.
I mean, looks like you conceded quite there. Telling people to stop watching debate streams was too harsh. The Zizek quote I used supported the point Vosh made later on in that stream, and the indigenous activist that went on to Vosh's stream had requested to come on to refute Professor Flowers. Okay.
That is what happened. And yet, here we have countless people jumping into my comment sections to self-righteously proclaim something that is demonstrably false, and using this falsehood as a justification to force my hand into deleting a video. That seems a bit...
What do you mean force your hand? If they were saying things that you thought were not justified, then thumb your nose at them, right? Thumb your nose at the critics or whatever?
Weird, right? Lest this come off as me saying that no, I did not get owned actually, as I slowly shrink into a corn cob. That's not true. I did get owned. Roughly 1 million people on the internet think I'm the worst video essayist of all time. And I'm fine with that. Honestly, I am. What I'm not a big fan of though is being bullied. And sometimes it's hard for me to tell when that's...
Vosh is a bully. Okay. I mean... maybe
happening, and I have since realized that it did happen here. Now here one might object, well, Noah, you went onto the debate stream and you were conciliatory. You didn't argue for your positions well, and you backtracked enough points that if people got the impression that you don't believe what you said in your video, can you really blame them? And initially I actually agreed with this point.
That seems fair. Yeah. I mean, people are trying to make judgments on what you say, both like in real time and also in more like processed, edited like versions, and there's a distinct difference between those two things.
I was like, you know, yeah, I guess this is just kind of what happens when you go on debate streams, especially if you go on unprepared and unseasoned in the art of debate, as I was and still am. I'm not coming back on, guys, so don't ask. I should have known better.
Oh, he went in one little debate and he got stinged. I mean, it's hard. Take a shower, come back to bisexual lighting in the chat. Come on, loud tyrant youth. I mean, yo, yeah, we got raided by Heem, so now who knows what's gonna happen with chat? Oh God.
On that stream. Ultimately, this might be my fault, or so I thought. When I actually took a step back, though, and thought about it, and then watched the debate a few more times, I realized that no, that's bullshit. People should not be allowed to lie about stuff just because I didn't go full debate lord.
Apparently, Vosh thinks that was it Vosh or Xanderhal with the bisexual lighting?
In the debate realm. That should not be standard procedure. I entered that conversation attempting to seek understanding. I felt bad, frankly, after seeing how poorly my video was received.
Like, what the fuck is that?
And how if my goal was to put a stop to the bad behavior I tried to call out.
What the fuck, Vosh? What the fuck?
Out, and the video was a failure. I went on wanting to try to, like, I don't know, figure out what went wrong, I guess. And when this audience of people saw me do that, what they saw was weakness, and they took that.
If I remember, the movie I was talking about is called Quality of Life.
That weakness is a sign to go on the attack, and that's what they did. They took whatever they could to discredit me, and now because of this, they feel justified, vindicated even, in bullying me into silence. Cancel culture, the woke Twitter mob.
Wokeism!
Strikes again.
Whoosh man bad. I mean, I think like at some point I'll switch over to a very famous video by CGP Grey called "This Video Will Make You Angry," and it's very much about like how all of the ways that we essentially communicate, like the engagement algorithms that direct our culture, are basically succeed better if your ideas make people pissed off and enraged, or have a lot of awe, like wow, this person's amazing. So yeah, I'm not surprised that Vosh, who's very successful, just... Oh, fuck. Is there a new incognito? Oh, this is going to be way better.
Childhood.
Childhood!
What's the deal
Yeah!
with children? Is this a
Children.
child?
Sorry, this is Whiplash, but if you don't know internet comment historian, then you're missing out.
If children are the future, how come they never see it coming? One day you will save Gotham. And how come they always get to be on the milk carton?
Yeah.
I want a turn. Free
What the
candy.
fuck?
I want some. Aha.
You know, they only give free candy to kids. Bullshit.
I got one. Give me all your NFTs.
Yeah, and Fortnite's popular again. You know, really, things are going downhill.
This must be their lair. There's got to be some MILFs around here somewhere.
Please, sir. I want some more.
More?
More?
Certainly. Have all of the NFTs you can eat.
Yeah,
All this
NFTs.
and more on this episode of In the...
So, internet
No need to read out loud, totally unrelated, but there's just... okay,
historian, I see you are in the field for the 12th time. Would you like to explain that for us?
Oh, yes. Well, you see, I can't get the main channel video finished. And so I just keep pumping these out.
And so why is that?
Interesting.
And it has nothing to do with the fact that you were recently found to be the world's gayest man third year running?
Not again. No, everyone's coming out from behind the curtains. Put the cake away. We're not doing this again. I'm not putting on the hat.
But really, man, congratulations. I know you've been gunning for that.
Do I read my speech? I did prepare this.
Please,
Yeah,
go.
yeah, okay.
So the camera's right there.
You know, I want to thank my parents, Jesus. I want to thank the Academy, of course, my biggest inspiration, my muse.
Nice.
Many kudos. I learned from the best.
I'm shining down on you like Mufasa.
Yeah, I mean, if he was still alive today, surely he would have won this award, but I'm still grateful to accept it on his behalf.
Yeah, I feel like that's something we should watch in Discord at some point. Jesus Christ, Vampire Hunter? That sounds like a Discord watch fest. Unless I can get away with it, streaming it, but I doubt it.
What's the closest you've come to dying?
I fell off a cliff.
It is? It's good? Okay. All right. But the question, can I watch it on stream? I probably... Yeah. Is it like actually from a studio or whatever?
Okay.
All right. Sounds like a good idea for
about
Discord.
12. I was there with my mate, and I fell off it. The thing that sort of saved...
Yo, remember being a kid? Man, sometimes I just wake up and I remember like, damn, man, I used to be like a little rascal.
Saved me was I fell through a tree.
Oh, sure.
All the way down to the ground. And I was like, oh. And then I sort of stood up and I was like, oh, I'm not dead. I really feel like I should be dead.
Yeah.
I looked up and I was like, holy shit, that was a long way. My mate saw some of it happen. And he comes like running down. He's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And then I'm like in this state of shock.
Sure.
I'm like, oh, can we just go get like an ice cream at the dairy? We walk down to this dairy and we get an ice cream each. We start walking back and then the shock wears off.
Yeah.
And I just start crying.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that must have been like doubly weird for him.
Is your ice cream not nice? Yeah, we can swap, man. It's fine.
It's in Ottawa? Did they film it in Ottawa? But like pretend it's Venice Beach? Okay, this is very tangential.
I fell into a wet hole, which would have been like a very nice...
And if we've learned anything about the zombie apocalypse, the vampire apocalypse, or whatever it's going to be, we know there's going to be a bunch of like bite hiders, you know, a bunch of people hiding their fucking wounds. Like, oh yeah, I feel great. I feel awesome today. Yeah, you definitely should come over for supper.
Nice, like, cyclical way of having a life.
Yeah.
I was like 3. That has to be one of my earliest memories.
Oh, that's when you snapped into consciousness.
Yeah, I guess this is the moment where I was plugged into the Matrix finally. It was out in the country with this really large like property, and Dad had been digging these like holes to plant trees in, and they were really deep holes.
Right.
Really wide and really deep holes. I get
A lot of bodies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
of
too.
course.
I was meant to be one of them, I think. But it had rained the day before. And so these holes that Dad had dug were now full of water. 3-year-old me waddling around like, this is great.
No.
I don't know what happened. I lost my footing and I slipped into this tree hole. I don't know whether or not I would have actually drowned, or if it was one of the things, if I actually just like relaxed, my feet would have landed on the ground. But in my toddler brain, I was like, I don't know how to swim. I'm in a body of water and I need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
So I just...
Okay, after saying the beach part, a hidden memory was unlodged.
But screaming my lungs out, and I have a vivid memory of grasping at dirt and grass like on the edge of the thing, desperately trying to pull myself out of this watery grave. And my dad like thankfully heard and sprinted down and like, you know, yoinked me out of the hole. I think he spanked me for being an idiot and falling in the hole, which is like...
Yeah, this is the best way to like tack on a near-death experience, and now to beat you. That'll show you how to make mistakes. You had a distant relation to this through a friend, through the movie. All right, that's cool. Yeah, B movies are the greatest. It's like people who love cinematography actually making movies they enjoy. And that's what I really like about Internet Comment Historian. Like, this is even his incognito mode, which actually has videos posted to it. Like, you can just tell he loves the craft of video editing. They have so many good gags in here.
Like, come on, Dad, I've already learned a lesson.
Oh, prom.
Did you ever go to a school formal?
Yeah, I was a nerd.
Did you ever go to formal? I remember going to prom. It was pretty uncomfortable. It was pretty awkward.
So that sort of stuff is pretty uneventful to me. I went to the first one, but I don't like to dance.
Yeah.
And so
I went to quite a few.
Ooh,
only,
mini kudos went to mini formals.
No, stop.
We should start calling them mini formals.
Well, here's the only thing I remember out of every formal I went to, my entire high school experience was going to the bathroom, and there was 3 stools, and the one in the middle was free. And as I go in, these 2 dudes come out of the 2 toilets flanking it, and they're like, "Do you want to race us?" And I was like, "No."
What?
And then they're like,
What?
"Oh," and they closed the door, and they started like, just, I guess, see who could shit the quickest.
That's memory.
That's the only thing I remember from any formal. Did you ever get the
talk?
Condom talk? Or the...
I think my dad, like, sort of tried to have that conversation with me. I think he just...
This picture's amazing. This picture's so good. Where did he find this picture? It's so good. It's got the fucking, like, aunt or the grandma. It's okay.
wanted to say, you know, look, if you...
No, you don't. I call bullshit. My bullshit detector's going off. There's no way you challenge strangers to poop contests, poop races.
Had any questions? It's like, it's fine. I'll just Google it.
I think I was like 14 and I was sitting on the computer just chilling, and mum like came over and she's like, she had like a like a banana or a cucumber, and she's like,
right, I can picture it.
We need to do this. And I was like, Mum, I've already learnt it. I'm not doing this.
So she sat down on the couch, right? She's lit a couple of candles.
No candles. No candles. Midday. It was very neutral. I was sitting at my computer, probably playing World of Warcraft.
Right.
I know you don't want to, but we need to do this. And I saw the banana or whatever it was and the condom, and I was like,
oh my god! So she put the condom in her mouth, and then
no,
what?
stop! It didn't happen.
Gross.
Let's just say maybe I wish I had learnt it again, because that could have been helpful down the line.
Why? What happened? You put condoms on bananas?
Well, I was putting them on my balls a lot. Turns out it's like completely the wrong place.
I like the idea that you get home from the grocery and you've got this bowl full of bananas in the kitchen. You go, all right, well, I've got to keep them fresh. And you get out your pack of condoms, as my mum taught me to do.
These banana wrappers are great. I like the flavoured ones. It imparts a nice chocolate flavour to the banana.
Makes them real slippery, though.
Oh, boy.
Ad-head time.
His
my
ads
name's
are
Nord.
though.
Welcome to a day in my life.
He's the only content creator who I'll actually watch the ads if I haven't seen it before, because it's always really funny.
Gotta wake up early, 2 a.m. Nord's got servers in every time zone, so you gotta be on the clock if you want to compete. Cold brew for breakfast. Air shower. Rub my teeth with some Himalayan salt. I'm ready to begin the day. Before I head to the gym, I shop around on my phone. Using Nord, I get savings on region-specific pricing. That's a tip. Stay rich. While I'm at the gym, I do sponsor reads. How about Nord? One take.
Threat follow. Wait, what was that sound then? Oh, it was from him.
Protection.
That was weird.
Take your security to the next level. Blocks malware, trackers, and ads. Whee! Don't just invest in the product, invest in the company. Don't mind that, it's just my Nord FT. Nord can also do this. That's one thing they won't teach you in business school. Stay wealthy. But the most important thing, knowledge. Read at least one book per day. Of course, it all makes sense. 3 p.m. Time to shoot my podcast. All right, peasants, here's how to be an alpha. Sorry, no monies. Looks
Hear
like
that? Alphas are truly the leaders of our generation.
Like the podcaster's region lock. To view it, you're gonna have NordVPN, or, God forbid, live in Mexico. 6 p.m. Time for business.
I mean, Mexico's less of a failed state than America at this point. I don't know, man.
What's up, Jeff? How's the wife? Just heard about Amazon. Think it could be something big. You give me some stock and I'll give you a 2-year plan with a free bonus month. Well, he must have got disconnected.
This used to be funnier.
Now for a good night's rest. And we do it all over tomorrow.
Nice.
Go to nordvpn.com/incognito to get a huge deal on a 2-year plan, plus a free bonus month, plus also that threat protection thing.
Poggers.
Add over.
Poggers. Kind of
So
gross.
how is
everybody.
Babby formed?
Fertilization. This is ridiculous.
How come this channel can show cum?
But you get demonetized.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Susan. Isn't it crazy that every one of us did this?
Okay, so it goes into the end of what looks like a grape.
The grape surgery.
This is it all grown up now. Do you feel old yet?
Shut up.
On their journey toward the egg. However, resident cells from the woman's immune system, mistaking the sperm for foreign invaders, destroy thousands.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah, that's like put on a
That's insta perma ban.
stupid wig.
Next, half the sperm head for the empty fallopian tube, while the other half swim toward the tube containing the unfertilized egg.
Ew.
Some sperm get trapped in the
Ew.
cilia.
Oh my god. What the fuck is
It's
happening?
just a saw trap.
At long last, the sperm reach the egg.
So we get to the egg. All right, at least this is going to be simple, right?
Isn't that how I imagine the egg?
No, I thought it was like a big one sort of thing with just a skin on the outside, like
God.
a lychee.
Oh, we're going places. Chat. Oh fuck.
Yeah, exactly. This looks like a subaquatic plant.
They're called creep vines.
Oh shit, yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's covered with a layer of cells called the corona radiata.
Oh, don't call it that.
The outer layer of the egg, the Zona pellucida.
Zona pellucida. It's like
Just making shit up now.
The Zona pellucida of 1999 is the best damn concert I ever went to.
I'm getting like survivor's guilt from like the millions of sperm that died in really comical ways.
When we edit this, we'll have it with like a bunch of and
Can
like...
you put rage faces on all of them as well?
Perfect.
It just feels like it's full of all these comical Looney Tunes traps. Like even the part where half of them got the wrong tube.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like
yeah.
egg this way.
I would love to watch Magic School Bus stuff. Yeah, maybe. I think you could probably do that on Twitch. You know, Twitch is just pretty much open season.
And in like rough paint on like a wooden sign.
Which triggers their acrosomes to release digestive enzymes.
What the fuck?
The first sperm to make contact will fertilize the egg.
So what you're trying to say is that the pussy is kind of like the OG Squid Game. Because this dude had to fight everyone else through a series of wacky trials.
Oh yeah, no, it's true, because at the end he gets a daft haircut, remember?
Yeah.
Just like this.
That was the dumbest part of Squid
Joins
Game.
BTS or whatever the fuck's going on there.
The tightly packed male genetic material spreads out.
And it just goes, oh, I don't know. All the spaghetti in its pockets just start falling everywhere.
What the fuck?
Oh jeez, I'm so sorry.
The female genetic material, awakened by the fusion of the...
Like, what is this? Is this like 2 AA batteries? What is... I don't even know what's happening.
This looks like in Majora's Mask when you play the Song of Time and go back in time.
Oh, yeah, they ripped that one off. Yeah, now we're going to use these massive strings to pull you together. What? Who designed this?
This is like a...
Nobody designed it. Huh?
Final Fantasy move or something. This is like a summon.
Sonic's in a rich infant, growing and maturing for the next 9 months.
Yeah, so if anyone asks you...
Pocket spaghetti. Yeah, I like mine out of a Ziploc bag, but, you know, to each their own. Yeah, if you got some spaghetti in your pocket, that's a nice meal on the go.
How was Babby formed? It's as simple as that.
Deer farm.
One time, for some reason, I spent a week on a deer farm.
It's like a Simpsons bit.
Yeah, that's my childhood. It's like just different occupations every week. I must have been 9. It was run by this like elderly couple, and they had tons of deer. And the thing about deer is you have to have electric fences. Also, the fences have to be quite high because the deer leap. But also, the electric fences have to be stronger than that for cattle because they kick.
Right.
So they will kick the electric fences. The hooves don't conduct that well, and so you really want to have a strong voltage there. So it's not like a little, oh, zap, oh, zap.
Yeah.
It's like fork in the outlet sort of deal.
Yikes.
So we're feeding these deer, buckets and buckets full of apples. I'm there with my sister and my mum, and my mum's like, grab the gate. And I go over to the gate, unlock it, and then I just suddenly wake up on the ground.
Ooh, that's fun.
What?
Ooh, I just start crying. Yeah, I just got shocked by this fucking thing, and then I just dropped like a rock. That whole time on the deer farm was pretty fraught with injury, to be honest, because like even when the guy was going around telling us about the deer, he's like, don't stand behind the deer because they will kick. And then as he's saying that, he's standing behind a fucking deer and it kicks him in the head. And he just goes down like a fucking sack of bricks. And we thought he was dead. And like, he's fine. Like he just gets back up. But holy shit.
Was he like...
Yeah, it's just kind of like the risk of the business, you know? Now, you may be new here, but part of the job is getting kicked by a deer. Where do you put the sauce? Yeah, of course. Yeah, the sauce is in with the noodles. I mean, it's a bit messy, of course, but, you bring a fork.
Sideshow Bobby gets up in the exact same place and the deer just kicks him again.
Yeah, that's why it's called pocket spaghetti. Have you never heard of pocket spaghetti?
He just keeps like getting up again. Do you remember when you learnt why...
But wait, I'm just like genuinely curious, Loud aren't you? You've never heard of pocket?
You've been really stressed, so I thought I would take you for a spa day, just you and me.
A what day?
A spa day.
What is this word spa? I feel like you're starting to say a word and you're not finishing it. Are you trying to say spaghetti?
This might not be the
Are you
clip.
taking me for a spaghetti day?
A spaghetti day, everybody. Spaghetti day? You heard of that?
Charlie, I wasn't trying to take you for a spaghetti day. Oh, God, you know what? It doesn't matter. It's okay. That's all right. I'm doing something nice here. I tell you what, let's go to a movie. Want to go to a movie?
So then they go to the movie, and so he brings a snack. Of course.
You can't bring food into the theater.
Oh, no, I'm not. I bought it over there with that food.
No, you didn't.
How do you know that?
Because we don't serve spaghetti, and I just watched you walk in with it.
You call
You don't remember this?
my bluff, sir. I shall dispose of this post-haste. A moment, please.
Oh, it doesn't show it. He puts it into his fucking pocket. Okay. Maybe it's this clip. We're searching. We're just searching at this point on this
I
tangent.
tried to take Charlie, but he refused to go.
What is your spaghetti policy here?
I tried to take Charlie, but he refused to go.
What is your spaghetti policy here?
That's what you need, everybody. You need your spaghetti snack.
Are you hearing this? Are you hearing this? He doesn't belong in a place like this, you guys.
All right, come on.
Okay, there you go. There you go. It's a very normal and sane thing that people do all the time, and you should do.
Certain words were bad because you accidentally said them or did them in front of your parents.
Yes. When we were very young, the strongest swear word we knew, and if you said it, you would be in enormous trouble. Pain in the ass.
Yeah,
Wow.
right.
Yes.
Ass and damn and crap, like back when those used to be hot shit.
Oh wow, that's true. That's true. You should. Yeah, maybe paper bag is better.
Wanker was like, so I didn't know what it meant. I'm like 10, maybe 11, something like that. I knew the word, so I was just going around like, such and such is wanker.
Yeah.
Such and such is wanker. And then eventually my mum turns to me and she goes, do you know what that word means? And I was like, no. Like really reluctantly saying, fine, no. And then she's like, it's someone who touches themselves.
Yo!
And then I was so embarrassed. I like never said it again. Oh, no. Ruined everything.
I remember I was in the mall with my dad, and I was just kind of like saying words to myself because you're a kid, I guess.
Saying words to myself because I'm a kid.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, go on.
I was going through all the words in my head I could come up that ended with anchor.
Oh no.
Tanker, banker. And then I just started going through all the other letters just to see if they sounded fun to say. And like,
wait, favorite episode is when Charlie wants to become an inspirational janitor, inspire children like in the movies, and Dee wants to be an inspirational teacher. Yeah, that's a really good episode. Like, and she's got the whole like weird Frankenstein bit. It's just really ridiculous.
I said wanker out loud really bad, and I just remember my dad immediately snapped. He just turns, he says, never say that word again. And I was like, oh. And then I just said it on YouTube that 1 million people are going to see. So fuck you, Dad.
Got him.
I'm a freshman at university. Bright-eyed, can't wait to attend my whatever the fuck lecture. I go to this class and I meet these two girls. And one of them I really fancied and the other one I did not fancy all that much.
How come?
Anyway, we got along really well, the three of us, and we're sort of hanging out for a sort of couple hours after class. And then I thought, oh, you know, we'll trade numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So I got this girl's number.
Nice.
That was the girl A. Now, I wasn't interested in girl A very much. I was interested in girl B.
The girl
Classic
B model.
We
triangle.
go off our own ways. And, you know, I'm
Love
like,
triangle.
oh, you know, I want to text this girl B. So I send girl A this message. Hey, have you got girl B's number? And, you know, trying to be really sly about it, but it's probably as fucking obvious as it can be.
Out of the way, I go.
And she says something like, yeah, sure, hold on, I'm in class. And I also had class. So what I then proceeded to do, put my phone in my bag. But this is back in the day when phones had to be locked. This is buttons.
Yeah, analog. Anything in it you can just push down a button.
Right.
Exactly. When you used to be able to text and drive really easily.
Bring that back.
I know, right?
Texting, driving, drinking.
So now, this particular phone had a very interesting quirk, which was that if you pressed the right button, it opens the menu. But if you press right again, it goes SMS. And then if you press right again, it goes new message. And if you press right again, it will go, oh, you must have finished with your message.
Yeah.
It goes to contacts. So these names are in alphabetical order, right? And her name just happens to be first on that list. And then if you press right again, it will send. So I put my phone in my bag and I don't know it, but the right-hand button is being pressed for the next hour and a half, and it's just looping blank messages to this girl. You've just met this guy at university. He's a bit of an unknown quantity. He has now just asked your friend for her number, and when he didn't get it, he has just sent you about 2,000 blank text messages with impatience. She must have had to turn off her phone, or it's just going off like ding, 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 ding,
That's
ding, ding.
ridiculous.
Like, oh, look at my phone again. And I'm like, oh my God. It's got 1,000 of 2,000 messages still to send. And I'm like, oh, you can't cancel it. Like, the whole phone is just going into paralysis with how many messages it has to send. And so eventually I'm just like, I'm pulling the battery off the back.
Oh my God, automated anxiety machine. Jesus.
I'm in this dilemma because it's like, you've now sent this girl 1,000 messages. Do you call her and say sorry? Do you send her another text message and say, sorry about that? I have this inexplicable problem.
She'd be like, what the fuck does that mean?
And so what I decided to do was nothing. I just never said anything about it and decided I sure hope I don't run into her again. And then about 2 days later, I get a message. The message has Girl B's number in it.
Wow.
Like, I still felt like I couldn't explain the situation, so I never did. And then I went on this, like, awkward, not quite date thing with Girl B. For some reason, she agreed to meet up. Maybe I just forgot or something, but I never explained it to her either.
She went on a date with you because she was afraid of the same thing happening to her.
Yeah, I've got to do this to save my friends.
I'll never
forget this. You do the same for me.
So stupid.
I'm trying to get some life insurance at the moment because I'm going to perish soon, probably.
Yeah.
They actually have a person come to your house now. You don't have to go to the doctors and do X, Y, Z. They'll just have a lady come to your house with a little suitcase. So she wheels it in. She comes into my office and she just starts taking blood. Like, I'm sitting in my chair and I got a fucking needle in my arm.
Nice.
And she's draining all the blood from my body. And
I mean, you did consent to it, to be
All the
fair.
blood?
You kind of made it sound like she just rocked up and sticked you.
But one thing I didn't know that I was signing for is they do a urine test as well.
Oh, stole your piss.
She hands me these 2 cups, fill one halfway and fill the other one full, and
that one's for me.
yeah, she hands me a coffee mug and she goes, if there's any spare. I piss into these 2 cups and I thought it would go everywhere because I'm not very used to it.
I got a shotgun cock.
Yeah, very powerful stream. I had to hold it about 15 feet away. Anyway, so I do that. But then the worst part is, right, I thought, oh, she's going to put it in these like plastic bags and send it away to the labs. Nope, that's just what she's doing with the blood. She gets out this like fish water testing kit and then she starts dipping it in the cup while I'm... Yeah.
To be fair, it's better that she did something with it, because imagine if you just brought it out and she was like, ugh.
Yeah. But it was so healthy, she said. It was just such...
so tasty.
Yeah, such vital piss that she didn't even bother sending the other cup to the lab. No, that's good. No
Just
proteins.
put it in her pocket and walked out.
Yeah, right. Just dabbed a bit on her neck and went, that'll keep those foxes away. Fuck, sorry. I know I keep doing this. Hold on one sec.
You're good.
Historian's at the store at the moment. I have to reply to her.
Get me more piss. That woman today stole all of mine. Can I get you the piss in the bags? It's cheaper.
Hey guys. Editor here. They didn't bother recording an ending.
Oh.
So instead,
Nice.
here's a small taste of what it's like to edit for IH.
Oh.
Please end my suffering.
Oh, okay.
Alright, 3, 2, 1.
My baby don't mess around.
Note to the editor.
Editor, extend his neck 50 times.
I have to go to the bathroom so badly.
Hey, editor. Wait, how do we get onto
Editor, leave that in.
Editor, cut that out. Sorry, none of these are fucking scary.
Leave all of those in.
Leave the last 3 hours of footage in.
Note to the editor.
Hey, Barry, make sure to cut out right when I start saying bitch.
By the way, editor, sorry, I have accidentally hit stop record on the, so it's out of sync.
Hey, editor, just make the graphics scary.
Yeah, perfect,
It'll
perfect.
do. You'll figure it out.
So I don't know if this is going to work, but...
Have you ever encountered a spooky spook? Have you ever been stalked? Have you been walking down the streets of...
dear editor.
Delete everything. Delete the last 10 minutes.
Hey, don't tell people that.
I'm so sorry. Please keep that in.
We can't do that, but this would be torture for the editor. He'd be so mad. Just a small town girl.
Cutting nails during recording.
What?
Jesus. All right. I hope that was a good introduction to internet historian. He's truly based. Back to the Vosh effect. I just gotta go to the washroom. It's been a long wait. Go back.
One thing that's been brought up a few times is the question of where do we draw the line between criticism and harassment? Where does warranted punishment for having a bad take turn into abuse? I think making this distinction at times can be difficult, but I think in the case of larger streamers like Bosch, there are factors about their medium which can elevate standard criticism into harassment territory quicker and more easily than creators in other mediums. It can also sustain this harassment for longer than it might elsewhere. And this is really more of a theory derived from what I've seen these creators say and my own experiences. But like, okay, you have a few thousand people watching you, giving you positive feedback, and that feedback is reciprocated. The chat's like, oh man, they're doing you dirty, man. It's super fucked up what they're doing to you, dude. Oh, they're really bad. And sometimes the streamer's like, you know what? Yeah, they are fucked up, dude. Fuck these guys. I hate them. Spit on them. And the chat's like, yeah. A lot of times the chat wants blood. This is something that has been acknowledged within the community. Now, I'm really not trying to point the finger of blame in any one direction here. This process has a lot of moving parts. You have the creators themselves, their orbiters, the communities, the subreddits, the forums, the hours and hours and hours of streams, the comment sections, where the spiciest, most sycophantic takes are rewarded with the sweet, sweet dopamine of likes and faves and retweets and reposts. And all of it coalesces into one single force field that incentivizes drama farming and misrepresentation. Maybe we could term this the Vosh effect or something, because I think a lot of times criticisms against him are actually criticisms of this effect. But this energy bounces back and forth between fandom and creator until...
It's quite the hypothesis. I mean, I agree with them in that, like, people certainly, like, feed into their communities, and there's like an enragement equals engagement. So that I get, but I don't know if Vosh is like the worst figure for it. Wouldn't it be like Destiny or something?
Narratives are formed, and then those narratives are used as justification for all kinds of bullying, harassment, and coercion against perceived adversaries. And given the distance and speed at which these narratives can travel, a lot of times there's enough space between the actual harassment going on and the creators that it's really difficult to hold people accountable. But what's worse is that sometimes you get creators directly calling for the harassment, dogpiling, or brigading of other creators. If you're familiar with these spaces, you're probably familiar with this approach. Recently, Vosh did this to a creator some of you may know. Her name is Natalie Wynn, aka ContraPoint's LeftTube's mom. In the aftermath of the Vosh J.K. Rowling ironic misogyny debacle, none of those words are in the Bible, Natalie criticized Vosh for centering himself in the conversation.
Oh yeah, that was a really unusual interaction. Like, he seemed to be like going really hard. Like, what the fuck?
On trans advocacy. And then during his stream, Vosh said this.
The thing that...
I mean,
conversation
even
on...
like, look where it ends. Because it's maddening, this is Natalie talking, because it's maddening to watch you pose as the savior of the transgenders, then do edgy misogyny in the name of that, and finally melt down when a trans woman who knows more than you about this criticizes you for it. Like, yeah, Natalie, like, coming in hard. You better sit up straight and fly right. Like, fuck.
Trans advocacy. And then during his stream, Vosh said this.
The thing that really bothers me is, like, is this not exactly like all of the woke scolds who would reply to ContraPoints and say stuff like, are you done invalidating the voices of trans women who have been hurt by your content? It's such a shit.
She said, are you done being mad that some trans women disagree that being misogynistic is actually an intricate strategy for being our savior? Right.
Pretty presumptuous woke scold kind of behavior, because you're presupposing, yeah. The more of you are in the reply.
But she's presupposing because she's confirmed it, right, to her level of satiation. Like, most people give the benefit of the doubt, and then once you've lost that, like, they go hard. And if you don't give the benefit of the doubt, you go hard, and people think you're a woke scode. But generally, like, if it's someone like Natalie Wynn, like, she went and did her homework. She's got a pretty solid base that she's speaking from already.
Eyes being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on this.
So what he did here...
Publicly, everybody go publicly shame this person into changing their mind. Shame doesn't work. Shame never changes minds.
...is harassment. With
Well, maybe that's not true. Shame can be a good motivating factor, but for stuff people ought to be ashamed of, not like internet beef. Like, what the fuck?
7,000 people watching. He made an explicit command to his supporters, telling them to go pile onto Natalie with support for his position until she changed her mind, or, you know, bent the knee, as it were. And lo and behold, his audience followed suit. And shortly after this, Natalie ended up locking her Twitter account and blocking Vosh. Now, I'm not a mind reader, okay? I can't pretend to know exactly what her motivations here were for doing these things. But what I can tell you, as someone who has gone through what I would consider a similar experience, being dogpiled by Vosh fans, this response does not surprise me at all. In the face of being flooded with massive amounts of undue condescension, I completely understand the decision to go private and block him. It doesn't matter how big your platform is or how experienced you might be, this stuff can really take a toll on you. This dogpiling is one of the things that drove Lindsay Ellis, another prominent video essay.
Her book is right there, right behind me. You can see it. Lindsay's book is right there. The orange. She's a good writer.
Into quitting YouTube altogether. I mentioned before how Vosh offered me a cash bounty of double my ad revenue if I deleted my video. Well, when I did actually take the video down for a short period of time, he made a point to say that while his offer did still stand, it wasn't meant to be like a threat. It was intended as more of a chest-beating mafia-style sort of bluff thing.
It does make me look bad though. It was meant to be kind of like a mafioso chest-beating thing, which I only did because I've been sort of compromised by this, you know?
What does that even mean? What does that mean? You're twisting yourself into knots to justify that one. I don't get it.
In a way, I understand. I didn't see it as a malicious thing. The problem with that, though, is what this sentiment results in. When Vosh says stuff like this, he might be using ironic bravado or whatever, but his following, when they say it, when they call me a spineless loser that should delete his channel and make fun of me for stuttering and various other bad stuff, they mean that shit. These people become emboldened by this rhetoric to act in a manner that might on the surface just seem abrasive, but in actuality ends up being just genuinely abusive and coercive. And much like how each tweet from his fans that went after Natalie all berated her with the same message, that she's wrong, with the intent of bullying her into changing her mind, each comment on my video was essentially a copy and paste of his statements, with the intended goal of bullying me into deleting it.
This is what we call thought leaders, everyone. Vosh is leading everybody's thoughts. This is okay. This is fine.
I'm not liking this floof here. How do I get rid of the floof? Haircut? Is that how you do it? It does make me wonder, like, how much of this is motivated by his fans' genuine beliefs, and how much of it is them just following orders. And while the exact ratio may be tough to find, I do know that were he not to make these statements and commands, this dogpiling would not be taking place. It's precisely this effect, the collective Vosh unconscious, that had me legitimately doubting my own intentions with my video.
But wait, was he citing Kefals as like the queen of ratio? But for her, it usually makes sense though, because it's the marginalized community that's doing the ratio. So the dogpiling is pretty defensible.
Video. The influx of this type of stuff in the week after its release is part of what led me to actually taking the video down for a little bit. If you read things like this enough times, it really starts to get into your head. The combination of them being so confident that they're correct, while airing these feelings of victimization with such condescension, this is what eventually results in people being forced to fall in line by this community. It results in damage control when things come out that make them look bad, and it's a really problematic dynamic. Another more recent example of this dynamic can be found in an extremely long and complicated interaction that Vosh had with the YouTuber Cat Black. To be clear, this one was a mess. As such, I'm only going to look
Professor Flowers one? Or no, it's Freaky Fishy, it says.
At one specific example from it that relates to what I'm talking about here. I will try to give as much context as is necessary. So around the time of Vosh's J.K. Rowling stuff, Kat made a tweet thread asking specifically trans women in her audience about the efficacy of the ironic misogyny Vosh displayed. So basically asking, what do we think about this? Vosh eventually messaged her about the thread, and they went back and forth. Kat ended up leaking these DMs when she felt that Vosh had misrepresented their contents to his stream. So during this exchange, Vosh, Vosh's community attempted to rewrite the order of events with the goal of discrediting Kat by painting her as a sexual abuser. Their justification for this accusation was that Kat had made sexual comments about Vosh without his consent, pictured here. What this accusation is leaving out, though, is that what she said here was directly responding to Vosh saying this on his stream while referencing Kat.
Yeah, Vosh is pretty much exactly what Kat states he's into. All right, are you guys ready for the mildest hot take in the universe?
Oh,
okay.
boy.
Super idpol, like lefty black women who are like really condescending to white people in terms of their ability to engage in political discourse. Love fucking white dudes. It's the exact same reason that racist white guys all watch interracial porn to jerk off to. It's the exact same thing. It's identical. There's no difference. It's literally the exact same goddamn thing. It's true. I'm sorry, guys. People who have like racist thoughts tend to like weirdly fetishize like interracial race shit for like probably reasons they should be more critical of.
So neither of these things are good, right? Weird.
Ooh, that's a lot of baggage to throw on her. Jesus.
Weird sexually charged, invasive race play fetish rants are bad. Body shaming and leaking DMs are also bad, generally speaking. Her reasoning for leaking the DMs justifies the leak, in my opinion, but that's just me. However, while people can argue back and forth about which of these is worse, the point here is that the offensiveness of what Vosh said was almost completely ignored, while the offensiveness of what Kat said has been singled out and used as a line of attack. I'm not making a comment about which is worse. We should.
I think that's just, but like that's just a factor of how many followers he has. He'll be able to control the narrative. Isn't that what this section is called? Narrative control is the first one? Yeah. Like, you got more followers, you can definitely have more sway.
Shouldn't do either, but the point stands. Especially given that her tweet is directly responding to this invasive rant from Vosh. He said that stuff first. There is a different standard being applied here by this audience of people, and that's bad. Also, what's important to note here is that Kat later acknowledged her mistake in making this comment about Vosh in a tweet thread, but did Vosh acknowledge making any mistakes here, like talking about her in that manner on his stream? I don't know, and I have no plans of watching a 7-hour stream to find out. Maybe he did, but based on how his community still calls her a sexual harasser to this day, I have my doubts. And okay, so another thing somebody might say here is, well, Noah, doesn't your video encourage people to dogpile onto Debate Bros? It does paint them in a pretty bad light. Why is what you've done just considered criticism, but when we do it, it's harassment? And the thing is, you would be right to ask these questions. I'm willing to acknowledge that videos like mine contribute to this culture. They create
there's a big problem in YouTube, right-wing conspiracies and all that jazz.
Negative impressions that can lead to dogpiling. It took me going through all of this to realize that this is one of the responsibilities of having a platform, and it's something I plan on taking seriously moving forward. You can't control what everyone does online, obviously, but you can take steps to be more responsible. So something like making it clear to my audience that if they're going to comment on someone's work who I'm criticizing, don't do it unless you're going to be constructive, or at least not be a dick. But my video's lack of disclaimers is so much different than Vosh actively weaponizing his audience against other creators, dogpiling them and coercing them into getting what he wants. And I think that difference is worth taking into account. And despite this difference, despite the fact that my video essay did not explicitly call for any public action against Vosh,
there's your bisexual lighting, I think, that he was referring to,
as he's done here, I do recognize that it still could have had the same effect, which again is why, not just for streamers, but video essays too, and really everyone on this platform with a large audience, we need to be more responsible, especially when we're dealing with people who don't have our same level of protection.
Yeah, I mean, usually that's what happens when your hand gets burnt. You're like, oh, maybe we should be careful around this hot fire that we use for warmth and cooking.
Now, I do want to be clear here. Once there was some communication between Vosh and I, once he was at least aware that the video I made did not set out to attack him unjustly, this condescension died down. After around this time, as far as I know, he didn't go out of his way to stir up drama on his stream. The wave of these comments slowed. Also, a war started, so that could be part of it. But I didn't do that, so I would never do that. I hate war. He addressed our conflict on a recent stream and did so in what I felt was a fair manner.
Noah Samson. I don't think that he's dumb. A lot of people in my community have said that he's dumb. I don't actually think that. I think that snark, when applied unwisely, can often come across as dumb because it gives the impression of a sort of confident ignorance of a subject, you know. We'll see how things play out with him.
And I do appreciate this. But there's something missing here if I were to just leave it at that. Because while I'm willing to acknowledge that in our direct interactions, Vosh has been fair to me, what I can't look past is the way that through the mobilization of his community, he has caused harm. Not just to me, but to other more vulnerable people. The backlash has been exhausting for me. I hit a low point during the weeks following my video's release, which was the lowest I've been in a long time. But the thing is, no matter how bad this experience might have been for me, ultimately, I've had it easy compared to others. And there are a few reasons for this. I am someone who already has a decently sized platform. I have a base of online support, and from this, direct material stability. I do this full time, and I have the freedom to take breaks when things get heavy. What's more is that I am also afforded certain protections that a lot of other people are not. I cannot be attacked in the same way that marginalized creators can. With the weight,
one thing I'm reflecting on just from like video production is how well he's able to maintain looking at the camera.
Of actual discrimination and persecution compounding on top of these attacks, with the attacks themselves being capable of levying transphobia, homophobia, sexism, or
like hate rates
racism,
and stuff,
of attacking people for who.
When he rates me, I get a bunch of sweet, lovely people. When I get like rated on YouTube, it's a bunch of really weird right-wingers who think Bill Gates is taking over the world with the Moderna virus. Like it's, yeah, I get it when it comes
they
to
are. They can't do that to me. What this means is that there's a certain amount of deferential treatment going on here that I think is worth exploring. The deferential treatment in this case being from the communities that are motivated by Vosh's actions. If you want an example of what this deferential treatment looks like, all we have to do is look at what happened to Professor Flowers. Professor Flowers released a video last week that goes over her experience of dealing with the backlash from debating Vosh. In it, she describes how difficult it's been for her to get back to making videos. It's taken her over 6 months to do so, and one of the reasons for this is the racist harassment that she has experienced.
Yikes.
And regardless of how you feel that she portrayed herself in their debate or in any subsequent videos or streams, this is something that should be unacceptable. I do recommend that you go watch her video. I'll leave it linked in the description. One of the most frustrating parts about this whole thing is the fact that even by just mentioning her in this video, I have to contend with the fact that I might be reigniting some level of harassment against her and any of the people I mention. And that's just really shitty that that's how this has to be. I did get her permission to include her in this video, but the fact that I felt the need to ask, I think, says something. Anyways, let's look at one example of differential treatment from her situation. So this is a thumbnail from a prominent Vosh Clips channel featuring an image of a photoshopped black Adolf Hitler. The video that this thumbnail is on is a segment from Vosh's debate with Professor Flowers. The video is titled, "Vosh owns a black white supremacist in this debate." It has been deceptively edited to make it seem as though Professor Flowers says things that she doesn't say. This includes a moment where they make it look like she calls her own father an oppressor because he's white. Many viewers took this at face value, commenting how messed up it was that she talk about her family like that, even though
I mean, the title makes it seem like it's all tongue in cheek, but I mean, I guess I didn't actually watch it, so I don't know.
No, she never did. The account admits to having done this, but says that it's fine because according to them, she probably
it's because it's funny, right?
believes it anyway. This is something that should be unacceptable. And before you say that it is, that this sort of behavior is denounced and that members of Vosh's community are purged if they're found acting in racist ways, the channel has 25,000 subscribers. This is more subscribers than Professor Flowers herself has.
Oh, so it's like a sister channel that took his content and then remixed it to make it like worse.
Professor Flowers tweeted a screenshot of this thumbnail, which made the rounds. The video itself has 25,000 views and a 98% like to dislike ratio, and Vosh follows this account on Twitter. They know about this, they just don't care, or they don't see the racism. And I'm not really sure which one of these is worse, but I think both should be unacceptable. A related example here of this sort of differential treatment is with a creator that I mentioned earlier, Kat Black. Now, in the past month or so, following this interaction with Vosh, Kat has mentioned how she's experienced racism from white leftists even more than she's seen from racist white conservatives. Now, for context, Kat is someone who's been around on YouTube for a long time, since 2005 to be precise. Goober Noah for scale here. This is me in 2005.
Hello.
Technically YouTubing, so that's cool. But my point is, Kat has been doing this for a while. She was on YouTube at the height of the anti-SJW wave, through all the reactionary and alt-right stages of content creators, and she's still uploading today. So when she makes this comment that she's received, quote, way more shit from white leftists than she does from racist white conservatives, immediately following this conflict with Vosh, with his identity politics arguments being spat at her online, well, that's something that should probably ring some alarm bells, no? A similar sentiment was expressed last month by Professor Flowers during another wave of harassment from Vosh fans. She wrote on Twitter, "I've literally experienced less racism growing up around white conservatives." There seems to be some sort of pattern here that may be worth noting. I don't know what it is, but it's super crazy. Oh my gosh, what happened? I don't know. One of the ways that Vosh and his community operate that serves to control the narrative is by outwardly and loudly condemning harassment when it is made public. I remember tweeting a screenshot of some harassment I received on Reddit DMs from a Vosh fan a while ago. Members of his community, like mods, immediately came in and sort of made a display of the fact that the person harassing me had been banned and that they didn't tolerate that type of stuff. And while I'm inclined to say that this is a good thing, that this is what is supposed to happen, at the same time, I can't help but wonder, why is this still up? Obviously they know about it, and they haven't done anything. And my guess is that when it comes to people that they've collectively decided are okay to punch down on, people like Professor Flowers, then there's no real incentive to crack down on this stuff. When the people at the top have signaled that being mean and dogpiling the bad people is okay, then why would anyone say anything? If it's not advantageous from a PR perspective, then why bother? A related point,
because like almost all ridicule boils down to, or a lot of comedy boils down to ridicule and making fun of how other people are appearing or doing something a bit like nonsensical, and you're sort of pointing it out and everyone's having a laugh. So it's kind of hard to separate it from some measure of condescension. You know what I mean? So if you're trying to make content and it's about like riffing on how dumb this person is, then yeah, you're almost unavoidably going to stoke up an audience that's gonna start rating and being shitty.
Here, and something that Lua brings up in her video, is that examples like these really make you wonder just how much racist shit goes on in these spaces unchecked. How many so-called leftists from this community have felt emboldened by Vosh or any one of his orbiters to pile on to Professor Flowers, and how many of them are going to get away with it? How many of them will say years down the line, oh man, that Professor Flowers drama was really crazy, right guys? It was fun while it lasted though. Meanwhile, 6 months of racist harassment that almost resulted in Lua quitting YouTube and worse. And that just really doesn't sit right with me, you know? And I hope it doesn't with you either. I hope this causes you to wonder, like, hey, why does stuff like this only seem to be a problem when people shine a spotlight on it? Are we okay with this sort of deferential treatment for marginalized creators just because it's been greenlit from the top? These are things that I feel like we should be thinking about. But I don't know anything.
Yeah, get to your
So time has passed, right? And as I said, things have mostly calmed down for me, but I still wanted to speak on this experience, not just because it has been exhausting, but really because I know I haven't seen anywhere close to the worst of it, and that genuinely worries me. It worries me for the people that may experience this without the protections that I am afforded, or without the support base of being somewhat established as a content creator. It saddens me for the people who have already gone through it, people who I know are just trying to do good, with the odds stacked against them, and being nearly driven off of the platform because of it. I really don't want to see that happen to anyone, and regardless of your opinions of any of the people that I mentioned here, I hope you can understand where I'm coming from when I say that. This video is not a
It's been pretty interesting to watch this particular creator do such a sincere video. Like, he really tried to come across and like talk directly to the audience and speak to the issues and like, you know, have it like be like a whole serious thing. So yeah, I guess props to that. That's kind of an interesting video. The whole drama thing, I kind of want to keep abreast of it because there's so much good content that comes from it, and a lot of it's just kind of like petty bullshit. But this has been like a 4-hour stream, pretty long and unusual for me, but you know, such a lovely audience came to join. I had to go a bit longer. We're gonna jump on over to Denims. Any Denims fans in here? We're gonna go raid Denims, see how she's doing. One of the loveliest content creators on Twitch, like great politics. If you haven't followed Denims, you got to. It's like basically where I found my first wholesome community, and it was like, oh wow, the internet isn't full of assholes. There's lots of like lovely people. So yeah, thanks so much for sticking around. So much past that like that peak point of the raid when things are like super exciting and like the stream was like, oh my god, and sweating. Thanks so much for the follows and stuff. This is really fun. It's really sort of brightened my mood, and can't thank him enough. He's been a real solid streamer. I'm glad he made it back to the platform, and I'm glad he took some time off too. Like I think that shows awareness of his mental health state, and like it was really interesting to see him talk about his different incentives, like him feeling frustrated that he had lost out on a big scholarship or something like that with his PhD, and it countering with like incentives built in through Twitch and stuff. Yeah, thanks so much for checking it out, Accelerati. Throw me a follow. Looks like my YouTube got absolutely destroyed after it's not getting recommended because of the whole getting clapped, but I'm sure that'll fix itself. But yeah, let's go raid Denim, see what she's up to, see what the community is there. Let's go make some friends, and yeah, I'll see you guys another morning. Thanks so much. See you later. Bye. Bye everyone. We're going over to see Denims. Howdy ho. Let's go brighten her day, make her feel all lovely and happy. See you later. Bye everyone. Have a good one. See ya.